Going to call to order the city budget workshop, February 4th, 2023, 8 a.m. at 501 Main Street, Keokuk, Iowa.
I'm going to start off real quickly. Because of some of the things that the legislature's doing, what I'm going to ask, and at the end, I'll review some things for you, is I'm going to ask that that we have another budget session on March 4th to go through the entire budget and any changes that might be coming down from the state. By then, we will know one way or the other, and we might even have the figures. What it is the Senate bill, as currently written and sent over to the House, is that 10 days after enactment, the county auditors have to have recalculated property tax values out to the cities. So if they act on the 13th, that would be February 23rd. And then we can, that's when we can start making our calculations. There is discussion that there might be a bipartisan effort to backfill us for 1 year on the amount that we would lose in the recalculation of the rollback. We will get an extension of 30 days, which will give us some time to take a look at what we need to do. I believe that in the general fund, there's going to have to be some reductions because we are right now not currently balancing. So we need to take a hard look at that. I want to go back and spend some time going over everything, making sure everything is in there correctly, that I'm not missing anything. I know that like third or fourth time that I've gone through it and trying to build the summaries, I've remembered some things, found some things, but also it would be good to be able to spend a budget session just going through the entire budget so that you have any questions, concerns, and we can still make corrections before we have to certify the budget. Okay. So first up today is everything in the street department, and we start with roadway maintenance.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I don't know what you just want to go down each line or just kind of skip the ones that's, there's no capital, we haven't put any capital thing in there, and then also the line items pretty much all the same. Let's see. $6,332, the vehicle maintenance, that's for vehicles. Everything's getting older, and I did bring it up from 12 to 14, or from 12 to $16,000. Just because everything's getting old, we have quite a few older vehicles that's, I don't know, just kind of getting older, a little more repair, I guess. Let's see. What's that? Seven guys, count myself. Six. Yes. And vehicle maintenance, there's 3 mechanics. I don't know if that makes a difference or not. So.
On 6379, do we have what that's expended at? I know that's one that we
6379. I think that's the street lighting Cole was talking about. That
Yeah.
You guys moved
it to,
half of it over to from general fund to this.
but we don't have any past numbers or anything. That was just
That was just last year,
Okay.
I think, wasn't it, Cole? The first time that.
Yeah, last year was the first time, and what it is the accounting has continued to put it into the general fund, so we are getting them to put the remainder of the year in this account.
but there's nothing expended.
Yeah, not when I ran this. So everything for the remainder of the year is going to be, for street lighting, is going to be expensed out of this account because they were putting it all into the general fund account. Even, we said we needed to split it out to them. They didn't split it out.
Okay.
So the remainder of this fiscal year, everything will be spent out of this account line.
And will it go to 95.5?
I'm pretty sure it will.
Okay.
Let's see. And right above that 6350 service repair equipment, I left it at $6,000. I've only spent $60 of it so far, but last year we had our loader go down. It blew a pump on it, so it kind of contaminated the whole system. And we ended up spending, yeah, $19,000. And I'm just kind of leaving it there just because, like I said before, everything's getting a little older. I mean, hopefully I won't have to spend it. But if I do, it's half of it might be there. It's kind of the same thing with payments to other agencies, 6413. That would be the transfer station. And every spring, like with winter or storms and everything else, and tree branches down, whatever we have to take out there, that's where that would come out of, other than some stuff going to ARC, so. 6499, that is, that's like our uniforms. We sprayed River Road, weed vegetation control. And I think Shoemaker Holland came out of that, didn't it, Cole? Just for South 18th Street?
Yeah,
Is that what it was?
So you see
Okay.
the expense there. That's part of the engineering fees for South 18th.
So that'll be covered by,
So.
The earmark?
Yeah, when we get the federal grant, we can't put it back into road use tax.
no, I understand how it works. I just
Yeah,
wanted everyone to
But what
understand.
we'll do is we'll take, so for instance, when you scroll down to, there is a capital expense in there, and that's roadway maintenance, right? So what we'll do is, whatever was spent out of road use tax will then be, for this, will then start being spent out of, the money that we get from, the federal government in order to reimburse ourselves.
Okay. I think we talked about this last year because I remember the 9.9. I just don't understand why we don't have a line item for uniforms.
For,
For uniforms. Because I think you said that's
So-
in this too, right?
Yes, that's what that comes out of. So it'd be that.
Yeah.
you said Vegetation control.
It just doesn't make sense that we don't have a line item for something that's
um,
going to be there forever.
yeah, we can
I
look.
think that's what that was or is.
And we've just added things
Yeah.
to
Just
it.
added just because it kind of came in late, I think.
Right. So, I mean, it falls under contractual is what we did. We could have put that under capital as well. What's that?
How is it placed in other departments?
Out of contractual.
The uniforms, it all comes out of 6499. I think every department has the 649.
Yeah, we talked about this last year. I just don't know why it seems to be like kind of a mixing pot of just things that we can't figure out where it should go. And I say that.
These are things that we continue to, thank you for pointing out, but these are things that we continue to try to clean up.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that because, looking at the costs, there's no way in looking at this and saying, oh, our cleaning people or whoever we're ordering this from are charging us more. We could go and get a bid somewhere else. Like, we just can't even be competitive that way because it looks like we've spent $89,000 in our uniform
Correct.
line item.
I understand. And again, these are things that, these are things that we're trying to clean up. These are things that have been going on for multiple years. And again, as we're catching them, we're trying to clean up. In water pollution control, they have like 3 accounts that are just kind of catch-alls that we got to split out so we get some true costs. So again, that's one of the things that Celeste and I have looked at and are trying to get it so that so like you said, that there's some actual costs there that you can look at.
Yeah, I just remember the 9.9 from last year because I believe it is 9.9 in most of the other departments
Yeah,
for that. So it just
Right.
would make sense that we could stay competitive and run as lean as possible if we had an actual figure.
right. And what we really should do is still leave that 6499 because that's a code that the state.
Oh, we can leave it, but
Yeah.
add another line item for, whatever you threw in there.
Right.
Engineering.
Right. And so that's why I'm saying, it says we would put another line item in
Yeah.
there that
No, we'll just stare at them. John's over there.
well, I think what we'll do is we will
Sorry, Celeste, I didn't hear you.
Is we'll look at adding a line item in every department for uniforms. So,
Well, can we do that? But then one of my curiosities is that if we have engineering costs and things like that, and that they're one-time things, where are we putting those right now? Are those just under contractual services or are those under engineering?
well, it was put in contractual service because that's where they thought it was. It could have gone under, it could have gone under capital improvements.
I think it would be better under capital improvements because I think
Sure.
we need to have a better record of what our capital improvement
Right,
expenditures are.
right.
Okay. So we sort of got this figured out then a little bit?
Yeah.
Sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to
No,
No,
it's
you're
not,
fine.
no,
I-
it's
steer that.
just good for us to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So appreciate it.
Like I said, so the 6199, we just talked about the 6507 operation. That's $4,500 left it there. It's about halfway right now through the year. That's just a little bit of everything. The boat docks, for instance, I had to order a couple new floats for it. They had holes. We take care of the boat docks as well. I think it was about $900. So the signs left it the same. It's halfway. I'm just kind of skimming it. And then we do have a street sweeper coming. I just talked to our sales rep Wednesday. It should be here the first week of March, and it's budgeted, I think, at 225. Yeah. So
Did you say signs somewhere? Sorry.
signs, yes, that is 6509. We budget $10,000 a year. That's for like every.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Do you think that you're seeing an increase too? I know that Bob said that lots of signs are getting stolen.
Yes, out on River Road, as you go out River Road, the very last sign, city limit sign, and speed limit sign, somebody took the post up out of the ground, stole the signs, and left the post there. And I was just coming in to work today, or down here in 8th and Concert, they're missing a street sign down there. Just the actual 8th and Concert sign, not the stop sign. So it happens all the time. And it's really bad in the spring when kids get out of school, when they have mom and dad's car, grandma and grandma's car, and there'll be signs down all the time.
Do we have a sign? Have we ever worked on doing a sign inventory so we just know what we have all around?
For
Can you-
town, you mean, for like the city? We had a program called Simple Signs, I think it was, and that's probably been 5, 6 years ago. Then our laptop went down, and we was into like changing out the high reflective stop signs. It wasn't the street
Yeah.
sign, but high reflectives like the stop sign stuff. Which they actually now they have a gun you could buy, but I think it's kind of pricey. Either that, or just go out and see how far away you can see a stop sign, like 250 feet, 300 feet, something
Mhm.
like that. Make sure that you can still
Okay.
see them. So. But I couldn't tell you how many. There was, I don't know, we was like halfway through the program, that Simple Sign program. That was, like I said, 5, 6 years ago. So,
Okay.
You said that laptop went down, so we currently don't have that anymore?
yeah, we don't have a laptop. No, it went down. And actually, the Simple Sign program went away. So they don't even have that anymore. So I guess we could look into it and do it again. But that was 2 to 3 guys every day for 8 hours going out and kind of doing, what they
Busy
do.
work.
They pull up to a sign that's 5 foot from the corner, log in 5 foot, what sign, or metal post, wood post, street sign, stop sign, whatever was there, stuff, and then it was all logged inside there. So. Okay, yeah, just let me know, and we have pretty much every sign for every street. It comes up every place, and we'll order new ones every once in a while if, when we get low or whatever. So. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, and the Simple Sign, it came out of the state of Minnesota, I believe, and like I said, that program just kind of went away, even with them. So it was just kind of a trial and error, I think, back then with those guys even, or that company. So. Yeah. Let's see. Any other questions on street before we move to vehicle maintenance, or? 212, vehicle maintenance. Like I said, there's 3 mechanics back there, Shelley. I don't know.
Hey, Tom.
Oh.
Do you have any retirements coming?
We have 1 guy on the street that could, he's not planning on it, and 2 mechanics that could, but none of them are planning on it at all, so. And don't ask me why, because 2 of them are 65 already, so. When I went out there 18 years ago, there were 9 in the street department. Now we're down to, counting myself, the manager, now that we're down to 7, so.
Okay. So
But,
you've had kind of 2 in the last, since 18 years you've been there?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And there's like approximately 121 miles of street in the city, center line street. That's not counting the parking lanes or nothing. So like just going down and back, and then, plus your parking lane part. So, and that's not counting Main South 7th, because that's done by the state.
121
So,
miles, you said? 100, how many miles?
121 approximately.
Okay, thank you.
Like I said, that's not counting Main South 7th. We
Yeah.
do the snow removal on Main South 7th.
Yep.
Vehicle maintenance, everything's stayed the same. I don't see anything really that's. The building, throughout the years, we put a new roof on the building, I think 10, 12 years ago. And then we replaced 2 of the 3 vehicle maintenance doors in the back, a couple entry doors, just kind of slowly over time, just, replaced a few things here or there. Because the building's not gonna go anywhere, so we might as well. And actually, I think we tuck pointed a few spots. Was that 2 years ago? A couple years ago. Had a few spots tuck pointed, the bad spots. And there's your 6499 Roslyn as well, like in vehicle maintenance. So.
And you can see here, it's actually labeled as uniform.
Uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It says
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
Last year, I remember the number because going through, everyone said it's the same for each department, but they're all labeled differently.
okay.
They don't contain the same things.
Yeah. And so. Any other questions on vehicle maintenance? So 250, which is snow removal. We really haven't had to, we're under contract to buy 500 tons of salt right now. And right now, with the winter being like it is, it's been really good. Hopefully, I left the operation of snow removal at $60,000 just for the fact we don't get our salt contract until August. So what was it, 2011, we had that big snowfall, 18 inches, and that was in February the 13th, whatever. So, it's still winter time. And every time we go out, it's approximately 110, 120 ton of material, because it's just not, it's under snow removal here for me, but it's also bridge, cemetery, parks, everybody uses it. So it's just not the street department.
Tom, what's the shelf life on that salt for us? So if we
I-
have a real mild winter, are we able to
No,
retain any of that?
it's good. It's stored inside. It should be good as long as we need it. So
Okay.
that's what I'm hoping, if even next year, like leaving at 60,000, if I only have to spend 25 or 30,000 of it, it's. And then right above that, we have some supplies coming, new snow blades, which that's just kind of every day or every winter type of stuff. So. Okay, then 270, the street cleaning. Like I said, that new sweeper should be here, and that should cut down on our maintenance part of the sweeper itself. And once the weather changes, I'll have a guy in the street sweeper. It starts hopefully March or whatever, but it'll take him till end of June, close to 1st of July to get all the way through town. It's not the fast piece of equipment, plus with, wind, just oil changes, everything kind of adds up and takes a little while to get around town, so. You guys have any questions on anything else? That would be to the transfer station as well. And every time we do Main Street, just because of all the garbage on Main, cigarette butts, plastic bottles, whatever, we have to take it out there. But we have another spot where we take like a regular street, Concert Street or whatever, like, just leaves and sticks or whatever. So we reduce that just for the fact we're not taking as much out there all the time. So it used to be every load used to go to the transfer station. But
And so just for clarification, the main difference between current budget and next year's budget is the lack of any capital projects.
yes, yep, pretty much, yeah. So, yep, that's it. So, and I think we had which you guys already talked about, the Prices Creek thing coming up and everything. So, but any other questions or?
So the Prices Creek, you're talking about the bridge with ITC?
Yeah, yeah, just the
That's what I
bridge,
thought.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Have we gotten that approved, that way to go in and out?
coming in Airport Road, you mean to River Road? Is that
Yeah.
what we're talking about?
The county?
ITC?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that Thursday.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to, like, my brain, Thursday I had a head cold that I was like in the midst of, so.
And I did see some guys out there Thursday. They were out running around on little all-terrain vehicles, going up and down the riverfront along railroad tracks where they're going to go, I guess. So
Okay, so they're
they
gonna.
must be getting ready to start. So,
Okay, good deal.
anything else?
All right, so.
Thanks, Tom.
our Next department is sewer maintenance.
Morning. Sewer maintenance is basically the same as last year, no big changes. It did up, we're working on getting internet out to our building. So that's a new cost for us. We're getting some new software to GPS some of our sewers and manholes. So we added that in.
Is that software in line with what iWorks does too, or is it some sort of?
We were just looking at that. Some of the stuff that Pam's looking at getting we should be able to share, and we currently share like our GIS, which
Yeah.
is the GPS stuff with Pam does stuff within that same program also. So
Okay, that'd
we
be nice.
split the cost of it currently. So.
Okay, that'd be great, because it's nicer, I think, to use one software versus several
Yeah,
different ones.
definitely.
So that's great. Thank you.
And since we've implemented that, I mean, we're leaps and bounds of
It's amazing,
ahead
isn't
of
it?
what we were a couple years ago, as far as knowing where all our infrastructure is. And it's,
How are you staffed?
so I have 5 guys plus myself.
Okay.
We've got.
How has that changed over the years?
I've got one employee who is getting ready to hit his 20-year mark with the sewer department. So, he's extremely knowledgeable. I've got another guy that's 15 and one that's at 10. Then my, other 2 are 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
we've got a pretty good variety. Our equipment, I've left the equipment maintenance close to what it was the last couple of years. We are fortunate. We've got a newer fleet of trucks and equipment, so I'm anticipating maintenance on that stuff's gonna be minimal. So maybe looking in the future, we might be able to decrease that a little bit, but I guess the biggest thing in the sewer budget, the 6499 that we've been talking about, the others, the contractual services we've had to eliminate due to the closure of ADM. So that was 450,000 last year that we have in the past kind of used that as a rainy day fund in case of a major sewer emergency. The sewer in the city of Keokuk is a extremely old system. I mean, we've got sewers 100, 150 years old. So, and we've got sewers anywhere from 4 inches in diameter to 15 foot in diameter. So knock on wood, we don't have any consistent problems, but it's an old system, and if major sewer were to go down, it would get expensive quickly.
I
Are
have
you in-
two questions. Sorry, on 6380,
Yep.
what comes out of there? Because it just looks like we ran steady and I'm not sure why we budgeted for 6 last year.
So since we've cut out the 6499, the other contractual services, we've started to take some stuff out of 6380. That's why we bumped that up from 6,000 to 10,000 for this next year.
Yeah.
So like my uniforms and the stuff that we did take out of the contractual services is now coming out of that account.
So, yeah, so this is not at you.
Yeah, no, I
This is
understand.
an overall thing. I guess Cole probably would be the one to answer this. Two-part on the 6499. I would assume that that should have still kept uniform amounts in there instead of being totally wiped out.
Yeah, we'll break that.
If
Well, I
the-
don't know,
every
I
other,
don't know if uniforms are coming out of that one.
all the departments and then add a new line item strictly for uniforms, or if the majority of 6499 is uniforms. I just need to run a report to pull that cost center
Right.
and see.
okay, sorry, because I'm like,
Because
that's where
it
it's,
looks like it's not consistent
Yes.
across all the departments.
That's what I was gonna say.
even though that's what it, I think
Yeah.
the overall idea is that's what it's supposed to be.
And I've
Right.
caught a few of those as I've gone, but clearly I
Yeah.
haven't had
That's all right.
all of them.
And then when we're talking about, we budgeted currently for that 450 in 6499, where is $430,000? Where have we moved that to? Because it hasn't been expended.
Okay, so in 6499, the remainder of that,
Yep.
it's not going to be spent.
Yeah, I know. So where is it going to go?
Okay, so what it is that was
I know that it was for emergencies.
for emergencies, right? So.
So where's it going?
Uh,
And then if it's gone, I would assume that would give us
if-
430,000 extra. And so I don't know like where we're,
Okay, so what it
balancing.
is,
I'm sorry.
That we don't have that revenue anymore.
Yeah, but they had like a massive amount of fees at the beginning of this fiscal year. So I would assume we would have gotten pretty close to that.
okay, so what it is that is going to cover this year, the extra fees and fines from ADM is going to cover capital expenses for debt service. I'm sorry, not capital expenses, but debt service expenses that are still in the sewer that we're shifting over to the debt service levy in the upcoming fiscal year. So when you get down to 6801 and 6851, those are the debt service that are due from sewer fees this year. And you see that we've zeroed that out for next year. So we still have to pay that debt service. So any of the excess funds from 6499 right now are being applied to 6801 and 6851.
Okay, I guess I have a couple, I feel like we probably got more than the 450 in the fees, if I remember right, with the legal services and all the things that they were fined immediately.
Well-
So we were definitely ahead
Right,
on that.
right.
So how far have we taken it down? Is 774 after being paid
That-
400
Okay,
or
what
before?
I'm going to tell you is that the amount that we lost is the excess that we got from ADM is covering operations in both departments, the debts and the debt service.
Yeah, but the 774, is that before or after you've applied the extra ADM?
Okay, the 774, right? The ADM fees will, the extra ADM fees will basically cover the debt service, and that's it.
Yeah, so I was gonna say it was way more than
Right, so,
450.
but what it is those fees are in the bank already.
Yeah,
So we are spending down our reserves in order to meet our obligations for this year.
With the ADM aspect, is there any other money that we're looking to collect from them? Or is that in litigation or what's going on?
There's still ongoing negotiations on different things. We are, the city attorney and I are speaking with our, the legal expert that we've engaged in this matter. We're speaking with him on Monday so that we can then set up talks with the DNR. Once we've got things settled with the DNR, then we'll go back to ADM and work through what they need to pay us.
Is ADM going to pay us anymore?
Yes, the amount is still up in the air because they're trying to negotiate. And what it is if we can't come to an agreement, we have to go to court. And that means how much are we going to spend in legal fees in order to recover what we think they owe us.
But 6801 is not being moved somewhere.
What's that?
6801 is not being moved, and neither is 6851. Those will just be totally gone because of the fees collected. Is that a safe assumption?
6801 and
51.
and 6851, those are being shifted over to the debt service levy.
So are they being paid or not by the ADM fees?
In this current year, yes. But in the upcoming years, no.
Okay, well, the way you made it sound the first time is that it was taking care of that totally. So that's why
Okay.
I'm asking what portion is being taken
It
care of?
has, but it has for this year, but the operations within water pollution control and the sewer exceed the extra amount that we get from ADM, even with the reduction of that 450.
Before you get started back in, on our televising that we've done and inspections that you guys have done, do we have any more problem areas that we know of that we need to address in the upcoming? I know, behind the 10 pin bowl, we had an alley collapse there. We've had several ones around.
We don't have any, currently, we don't have any major areas of concern, I guess I would say. We've got some small point repairs that we'll work on throughout the year, but
Nothing major that might bite
the
us, so we're
big
doing pretty
projects
good.
that'll have to be contracted out. At this time, we don't see any.
Okay, good.
So with the EPA aspect of the sewer separation, are you in charge of monitoring that, or who's in charge of monitoring?
Wastewater does.
Wastewater
most
does
of the
that.
monitoring.
And how are we doing with that?
So we do have flow meters and testing equipment out. I think we need some additional flow meters in different places
Yes.
in order to monitor the first flush and then do some additional testing. EPA knows that we are starting this program, which will be a 2 to 3 year program to build the data set. Once we have the data set, then we can look at how close we are at meeting the requirements of the consent order. We believe right now that we've met the consent order, but the DNR or the EPA wants a data set to prove that, and it's going to take 2 to 3 years to do that.
So do we have expenditures in this budget then for us to be able to get the equipment that we need to do that monitoring?
I think we've purchased most of it.
Purchased most of it.
Okay,
We've
all of it,
purchased
you have
most
it.
of
You
it
just have to get
already.
it set up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're just in the process of getting those put in. We do have one industry where we are placing some flow meters and some sampling because we're getting flows from them that shouldn't be coming. So we're trying to get a data set on that we can then present to the industry and say, okay, we're going to need to charge you for this. And once we have that, then we can calculate some additional revenue in that respect. But as far as the CSO, what we're hoping is that through the data set that we get, that we show that we're either above or at what is necessary for the consent order. We still may have to do some projects in the future, but those might be detention or retention areas versus a $42 million tunnel under Rand Park.
Any other sewer questions? All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Michael.
So now it's time for the catch-alls. Basically everything that's left. So we have, we start off with the River Museum. Let me grab my sheet. I haven't got my new glasses, and they say my farsightedness and my nearsightedness worsened, so I gotta be up here. It's the Verity. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, let me get here. All right. Not much has changed with the River Museum. Temporary wages are increased a little bit. We have had some turnover in that, but I believe that right now we have a pretty good manager who is working on things down there. We do have some capital expenditures in this current year, but no upcoming capital expenditures. And that $3,500 is covered through ARPA funds. I think there's some doors and maybe the roof. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's doors and I think the roof need to be fixed. So, yeah. What's that? That I don't know. I'll have to check on that for you. Well, it wasn't in the projects that were submitted for this year, so it's something that we'll have to look at. Okay. I don't know either. So, right. Any further questions on the Verity? Okay. Grand Theater. Again, this is a what page am I on? 1, 2. Where's 2? There's 2. All right. Sorry. There we go. Grand Theater, again, not a lot changes. 6499. Wait a minute. 6363. Okay, give me a second here and I'll look it up for you. There we go. All right. Come on. There we go. Okay, there you go. So that would be janitorial, manager's fee and grounds, janitorial, manager's fee and grounds.
That's wages for the janitor.
I think anything contractual falls under that because there's a contract with their janitor. Yeah. Yeah. They do their own coding, so I'm not really sure, but if we need to.
All right, any other questions on that line item?
It doesn't look like they expend over their budget normally. But I'm assuming that they also make revenue because you have to rent it for weddings and dance recitals and things like that. So just historically, it looks like, you're $13,000 under 10. So
Well,
what happens there? Especially because I think last year they came for bat removal, if I remember
Well,
right.
yeah, they got $6,000 in ARPA funds to bat-proof the building, and that would come under capital improvements. What it is we budget $25,000 in capital improvements each year for them, and that comes from the Grand Theater Foundation, and they don't always spend that $25,000, but we always put that in, but it's an in and an out for whatever they spend.
I just don't know that they would have even needed ARPA funds. They had money. I'm not nitpicking $6,000, but like you had money in your budget to do the bat proofing.
I think the issue is that they had 2 years of real bad revenue that they haven't had.
I just meant, but they had the money. They had extra money in their budget to do the bat proofing.
But the pass through, I think we budget 25,000. I don't know if the foundation has that money all the time.
Right, we budget it, but again, I
Or if
don't
they
have,
just aren't aware.
But the foundation is the one that has the money. So the city just acts, they put a number in there.
yeah.
Doesn't mean anything to us.
We
'cause
put
have
we put a
no-
number in there at, the standard there in their request. If they have the money for a capital project, they do it, and it's an in and an out.
Yeah.
I just assume that it throws numbers in the budget overall because it doesn't represent that. So if they didn't, it looks like they didn't spend $20,000, but our budget comes up balanced, where is that at?
Well,
Do you get what I'm saying?
Right,
This
but-
number
but-
throws the entire bottom line. All of the
Right.
numbers that do that throw the bottom line.
right, but when I say
Drastically, if
when
we
I say it's
added
an in and when I'm saying it's an in and out, so there's a corresponding revenue versus the expenditure.
There's a
So if I
25.
rent the Grand Theater, I write it to the city of Keokuk.
If you're donating to the theater,
No, like if I rent it.
oh, if you rent it,
Yeah, like I want to get married there. Who do I write the check to?
I think you write it to the Grand Theater.
The check's written to the Grand Theater.
But we're not monitoring that.
I don't know if Amy Barnes does or not. I'm not.
From my
I know she
understanding, yes.
deposits them. And I know the Grand Theater keeps good records.
Oh, I'm just wondering how that works, that we can see, because on here, I guess we don't see, and it's probably in the revenue side. When we get there, we can look.
Yeah.
Was the $25,000 there?
On the revenue side, they just put a $25,000.
There is okay, so there's, in the revenues, there's a line item for donations to the Grand Theater that where you seat. There is a fundraiser, which they usually raise, $10,000 or more. I know that there is, I think under use of money and property. Hang on.
And for clarity, I'm not picking on the Grand Theater. This is just a small enough budget that it's easy for everyone to look at and see it this way, because I'm sure it's happening in other places. If they annually raised $10,000, that would have covered the bat proofing. So that's where I'm just wondering how we're lining up these dollars.
Then we do receive rental, there's rental income from the Grand Theater.
Right? I guess just me with the problem.
Okay. Any other questions on the Grand?
Cool, I do have. On the janitorial on the 6598, shows that year-to-date expended 419 and they only had 300 budgeted. The money that's brought in for rental on that, does that cover their overages? Does that help offset the extra on the janitorial and other costs that are incurred on that?
Well, depending upon the rental, I know, in the last couple of years, because of COVID and everything, they didn't have any rental income. So, let me look up that one there.
Yeah, I can see 2 years ago, they only spent $83 out of 600. Last year, 178 out of 300. This year, they're over. So that's why I was wondering if we're renting it out, does that help offset the extra that?
Well, there you go, right there. There's the, let me open up my,
Miscellaneous.
I'm gonna ask about that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
well, and I think those are janitorial supplies.
Yeah, and 6499 was the wages to the person.
Yeah. All right. All right. Any other items, any questions on the Grand Theater?
What's in the miscellaneous line? There's not a current budget, there's not a new budget, but there's been money spent out of it. At the very top.
Well, there's two miscellaneous lines. One's supplies and one's services.
All right, so hang on here. 6380. I'd use my keyboard, but it is on the laptop, it doesn't work. Let me see if I can expand that. It appears that 8375 is something that was donor restricted, so it went to a certain, it went to something specifically at the Grand Theater. So they donated the 8375 or paid 8375 for something that they said, I don't know, maybe it's a plaque or something over there. I'm not sure.
And they're not gonna be doing, I don't know what a publication is, but it looks like they nixed that for this year. Publications is gone.
Right underneath 6402.
What would publications be?
Publications might be advertising or something like that. Let me get that one looked up here.
I'm just confused, I guess, why they wouldn't want to have any publications then, if they didn't have any revenue coming in for the last 2 years. I guess that would be a focus.
They had revenue coming in.
Yeah.
Not as much, but there is some. I'm assuming because I mean, maybe their publication could be that you can rent it. I don't know if they're doing that for free, but people who have their events probably publicize their own.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just worry with things like the River Museum and the Grand, just looking at these, it looks like some years that there were 30 to 35, $40,000 not expended from their budgets. And somehow we were either over on the bottom line, and that's just these two departments. That doesn't count, I know, like the 10 grand on volunteer corps. Is
Right.
that it? You know, so I feel like there's lots of departments where we have that going on.
Well, do understand that, you know, what you're looking at right now is 2 years, and both the River Museum and the Grand Theater, you know, when we started 2020, we didn't know that we were going to have to shut them down. And then when we went into 2021, we didn't know when we were going to be able to open them up. What I think you're going to see is this is going to be one of those normal years, and things will be closer to what is budgeted.
I mean, I hope so. I support these
Right.
attractions in our city. I'm just saying that that would have built a small revenue on our other side, and they aren't the only department that didn't expend all of their budget. So
Correct.
the bottom line would be better than projected because we have groups like this that are not normally expending their entire budget.
Correct. Okay. Right. Any other questions on the Grand? All right. When you look at the Union Depot, the $8,000 a year is the contribution that we pledge in support of the operations down there. The capital projects is the depot restorations. Those are being covered 100% through donations and grants. What's that? No. So then yeah, but they do receive donations. What was happening over the last several years is they were bringing everything that they received to the city, right? And they said, well, how much do we have in donations? We said, well, you just been bringing us receipts. We haven't been keeping track of that. So what we've done is we've calculated what we believe that has been received in donations over the years. We've put that, we have a set aside for that they can then use to tap into for different projects down there. I don't think it added up to more than 20-some thousand dollars or so. And then from now on, they have a 501c foundation, and all the donations are going to go to the 501c. So, okay. Any other questions on any of those departments? All right. The Ferris Hill building, if anybody doesn't know, the Ferris Hill building is down along the river. We use it for cold storage. A lot of what's in there right now is City of Christmas items. I think we have some equipment. Yeah, some equipment. There isn't a lot of maintenance. There isn't a lot of anything else. So we have reduced the overall asking for that department to match up more with what historical spending has been. Any questions on Ferris Hill? That's going to come up under economic development. All right, so these are all, these next ones are all basically administration. Mayor clerk, not a lot of changes in mayor clerk. When you get down to the bottom line, where you see the increase is in line item 001-610-6450. This is where we're paying out the franchise refunds to industry. Okay, so that's why there's a jump of $347,700. That is based upon the estimations that Alliant Energy gave us on what the usage is, and they did break it out by percentage, and so there was a 3%, and they had residential, and they had industrial. So basically what I did is I took the 3% residential to calculate the revenue from that, and then 3% of industry and added that to revenue. But then I went up to the 1.5% line item for industrial, and that's where that number is. So it's 1/2 of the 3%.
So that number could probably vary greatly
It
if
can,
people turn them in or not.
yeah,
or-
it can vary greatly, but what it is if it goes up, it's because we're getting more revenue. If it
Yeah.
goes down, it's because we're getting less revenue. Right now, that is a shot at the dartboard. Anybody that can use part of the electricity in manufacturing, I still have to send out the letter, and I'm going to be doing that next week to the industries that could be affected, as many as I can identify, but it also covers government buildings, and it covers school district, because those are covered under the tax exempt ordinance. I think there was 43 accounts, but some of the entities have multiple accounts, such as the school district has like 8 different accounts. Correct, right? And what it, right, right, but they can't give me the industry names. You're right. You're right. And I'm going to be, and what it is I'm going to be doing, trying to get it in the newspaper, getting it on the radio, sending out letters to the industries that I think may, right, have that, and the other entities that I can come up with. I think I've got 15 on the list right now. And then I'll send a letter to them. Hopefully I'm covering everybody, but again, through the campaign of media and everything, I'm hoping to catch everybody else. So. Any other questions on Mayor Clerk? Right. Data processing is basically all of our software agreements and updates. Where you see the professional fees for data processing, that is our contract with Total Solutions for any problems that we encounter with the server, or anybody's laptops. And okay, which one? we split out, the clerks and my salary into other departments. Okay. And the reason why we've kept the data processing fees up there is that if we have a server go down, it can be rather pricey. I mean, we can adjust that down if you'd like. But again, if a server goes down, it can be quite a bit of money. 6490, yes. What's that? That's all our annual software costs. We have license fees. The G-Works is probably the most expensive, our accounting software. But then we have the CIP program. We have, what's that? Laserfish that we use. So those are our software licensing fees. We do have an election in the next year. So we put $3,500 in there. Right. On legal fees, the 130 was calculated based upon the retainer of the city attorney. We do pay with our union negotiations, the attorneys that we pay for them, they don't charge us all up front. They charge us a fee. They break it down and they charge us a fee over the lifetime of the contract. So that's included in there. And anytime we consult with an outside attorney, that's included in that as well. Again, this was originally based upon the retainer and other things that we thought would be included in there. We have not met that 130. We certainly can reduce that. The only thing I caution is that we do have something come up, it can cost a pretty penny. Yeah, well, yeah, but they break that down over the years. So
Is Lynch Dallas doing our union negotiations or is James Dennis? Does Lynch Dallas do the union negotiations or does,
Lynch
Dennis.
Dallas does our union negotiations. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, city attorney?
I'd like to, are we on to the next one for the city attorney? Are we on to the city attorney? I didn't want to rush you. No, go ahead. I wonder, and I could get the information from Casey or Pam, I just don't know how often we're actually seeing litigation go. These seem pretty high when we have lots of years of uncollected fees.
Correct.
Just-
And the only thing I caution, I mean, I can bring that down probably to 100,000.
Oh, I don't mean bringing it down, just making sure what does our contract
Oh, right.
say? What are we expecting as a city from our city attorney?
Correct.
And are those needs being met?
I
Right.
agree.
That is something that has come up with staff and we'll be looking at that as well.
Have we ever considered going back to having a city attorney that is 100% city attorney?
You're gonna have a hard time staffing a city attorney,
Well, yeah, I think
a real hard time.
I think that when the last one left, it was a difficulty in getting someone to even apply, in my recollection.
Well, I mean, I've talked to Aaron Burnett about how they do their 657As and they line it up with Lynch Dallas 10 at a time. And they just, I mean, to me, it's just some of these processes are taking longer than they should. And it's costing us money in the long run because we're not having somebody who does municipal law all the time doing those things. So that's one of my questions as to municipal law is a very specialized field. And I just,
Well, if, one of the options that could be is, what do I say is that the current arrangement was because we wanted someone local because we were using Lynch Dallas for everything, which means that if we had a court hearing, we may not get somebody to show up because they gotta come all the way down from Cedar Rapids. So we wanted somebody local to handle certain things. What we could do, is we can look at the option of the hiring someone on staff. We would still have outside, we still might have outside fees if they're not comfortable with doing union negotiations or something like that. There is the possibility of finding someone that is close by, but not necessarily in Keokuk, that has more training in municipal law.
There's not going to be a lot of applicants for
No.
a straight city attorney just for us. I think the part-time option is really nice because they're able to do some private work on the side. I like the Lynch Dallas option. However, we're going to get lots of cases thrown out if they don't come to Keokuk on those court dates. We have judges who, if you're not there, we're done. We're just.
So one of my questions though about that is there an ability for us to be able to talk to them about how do we do this so that it's more efficient? You know what I'm saying? Is that?
Yeah, I think when we've talked about things like the city tickets instead of statewide, the code enforcement things, those would just be nice to have somebody at least within an hour.
Yeah, I know.
Because, you're talking a weekly initial appearance at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday
I know. What you're
or,
saying.
9 on a Thursday. So it's not real convenient if you did live in Des Moines or
I agree.
Cedar Rapids or wherever. But I think that we have to lay out what we're expecting, especially when we've talked with Captain Baum, or Chief Baum, sorry, about having those, talking with Casey. We need somebody who's going to be willing to do something for us once a week.
Sure.
What we're expecting.
Right. We do have to have that conversation. And again, those are conversations that staff has had, and I know we've talked with Councilmember Garcia on some of that as well, because she's helping the chief and I do some revisions to the code so that we're able to capture more of the fines.
Yeah. Well, we just need to make sure that the expectations are very clear, because I think that if there's work that's not being done, then that's
Correct.
detrimental to what we're trying to get done here, especially like with the new vacant property registry and some of these other things. Like, we really need to have somebody who's on
Correct.
ball. So,
Right. Municipal building, we are still, in the process of seeing where we are at when it comes to expenses. Though we are able to get some handle on some things, where you see that repair and maintenance, where we had $300 in the current year, we spent $1,500. I know part of it was, we had to fix a lock. We had to, some other things that, that weren't necessarily, part of a warranty. So it was it's just in taking over a building, some of the times the things that, it wasn't something that wasn't addressed. It just, okay, it works right now. So they didn't, and ends up not working later on. We expect that to level off and remain fairly low. The gas and electric, we still have it at 20,000. If this winter, with the gas prices up, we come below that, then we'll make an adjustment. Everything else is about the same. Yes, I have sent all the information over to Brian, and we're going to start looking at that. The problem we have is that we had one company come in and say, hey, we can do this for you. And so we started to look at it, and then we had 3 other companies come in and say, well, wait a minute, don't we get a chance to look at it? At that time, we backed off a little bit because we have to go through an evaluation process. There are some questions about, for instance, the public safety building. If we put solar on top of the public safety building, and in however many years we go to move out of it, can we move that to another building, or does it have to stay on that building? Are we obligated to keep it or not? So there's some different questions on that. So we were contacted again by one of the companies, and so we're going to begin looking at that in this month.
Or any opportunity because of some of the federal funds that are out there for solar support that you need to look into?
Well, that's just it, is that some of the money that's out there right now, and after the bills passed, the credits were still there, right? So there's an opportunity right now to be able to move forward with that. What I'm going to tell you is that any of these, there's no cost to the city to install it. We just reap the benefit of having solar electricity bring our utility bills down.
I'm not 100% convinced in what we heard in the council meeting as far as being obligated or contracted to a person yet. I still haven't got comfortable with that. There's other places, there's other ways of doing it. There's other places that have bought theirs outright. Yes, there's a fee up front. There is, like you said, different programs to help offset that. There's low interest loans for that. And then you're not obligated. If these companies are doing this to help us out, they're making money too.
Correct.
So before we get completely into it, I'd like to revisit all that because something just didn't feel right, didn't add up right. They're making money
What
off
they're
of us
what they're
too,
what they're
so.
doing is they are collecting the energy credits, and that's where they get their money back, is through the energy credits.
Right.
We're able to use the electricity, which brings down our
Correct.
electricity usage.
So also though, with that being said, I think that there needs to be conversations about solar fields in general across this. I mean, there's a lot of communities right now that are working with Alliant to put up solar fields, things like that. You know,
Right.
we have some options there too. So then one of my questions is there communities that are our size, that are similar, that are covered by Alliant Electric and that we could have conversations with, just to learn a little bit about what they're doing themselves?
Well, and on the subject of solar, we've been poking Alliant to get us numbers and get us going on installation of solar out at the Elchem site on the landfill. About once a month, I send an email. I get, oh yeah, okay, I'll look into that, and they're not jumping on it, and it's getting kind of tiresome. So
Okay.
I'll poke them again. Any other questions on municipal building or solar? All right, general insurance, we're expecting that to go from 200,000 to 220,000. We're still seeing the effects of losses due to the derecho and other natural disasters that have hit several municipalities. So it continues to trend up. Public service TV total, that is the $3,500 is the contractual with the radio station to provide an operator at council meetings. And then the $300 is for any supplies or equipment that might be necessary, just in case. that brings us to the next section. Do we want to take a break? Okay.
How's it going?
I just wanted to, so I'm doing this asbestos thing to get, should I have already done, but I was waiting on those guys.
Right.
So do I do it 2 ways, like, because you know, you're not gonna take out like the third layer. You know what I'm saying? There's so much of that. They're not gonna remove it as it's done, or until they get ready to work on it.
Okay, so what it is, um,
I mean, I can ask, you know,
right.
do it like that and say, demo, repair, because, you know, and they're gonna have to do something with roofing, because
Right.
there's 6 layers.
Is there any way to encapsulate it like that one guy was saying?
Well, I don't think on the roof, because the roof is, there's too many layers there, so you're
Okay.
gonna have to do something with the roof.
And we don't want to pull all the roof off. We're not going to put the roof back on.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what I'm thinking when I started doing these, you can't take
Okay, guys, we ready to start back up here? Let's go. People like me, don't they?
All right, so the next three departments are economic development, housing and urban development, and ARPA funds. 6380, there is one change there, and that is, this is where we also pay the Port Authority funds out of. And so I have increased that to 63.5 in order to meet their request. That is, all of the funds out of 6380 are out of tax increment financing. Also, what you don't see on here, again, as I was going through and doing things, the pilot grant needed to be added. So there will be a line item expense for the pilot grant in the amount of 400,000, but there will be a revenue into Fund 160 of 400,000, which would be $300,000 in the grant and $100,000 in ARPA funds. It's, I can look it up for you, but it's going to be under Fund 160. Yeah, it's going to be under Fund 160. Nobody is currently enrolled in that program. The last one was Keokuk Mills, and they met the time ran out on them. I think there were some discussions about getting them back in or somebody else into the program, but I have not received any notice on that. They're not adding any additional personnel at this point. They're expanding, but they're not adding any additional personnel at this point. Right. Okay.
Cole, where does the funds for KEDC show up?
That's in the general economic development.
Okay.
That's
In
in
that
that's in
6380.
6380. Yeah.
Okay.
So 60,000 of that is the contribution to KEDC, and then again, it's now 3,500 that goes to the Port Authority.
Now, follow-up question to that. The Keokuk Neighborhood Initiative fund request from the other night, would that be suitable to put under economic development as opposed to hotel motel tax?
That is something that can be considered. That would be certainly an economic development item. If that's the way the council wants to go, we could add that.
Does TIF support that? Like, is there enough TIF available?
Generally, there is, but our calculations are based upon what they sent us in November, which are based upon the residential rollback and the other rollbacks. So until we get those numbers, the re-estimations on those, I am not expending all of the TIF funds right now because there was a deficit balance in that account. So I'm trying to get that to at least a zero sum. There may be some additional right now, but I can't tell you once the legislature does what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I can tell you also is that there are some bills out there that in their property tax reform that could really affect our tax increment financing revenues. The current Senate property tax bill takes the commercial industrial rollback from 90 to 80 and then to 70 over the next couple of years. And that is going to be a direct effect on tax increment financing because that is the major source of the TIF revenue. So it's not a good year in Des Moines for local governments. Okay. The payment to other agencies, those are the CDBG expenses of our current CDBG program. That is completed, correct? Right. So yeah, it's completed and we're waiting for 2 refunds on that.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
I think it was mentioned that the pilot program is moving to replace the standard CDBG.
That's what I thought. I think that's what they were saying is that, okay, so that's what I thought. Thanks.
So, all right. Okay, so where it says emergency, that is ARPA funds. Uh, The 6413 is going to be amended to just reflect the 32,000. That 32,000 was to community action for assistance with the water, it's the water billing, but it goes towards the unpaid garbage fees. That 200,000 was what was allocated to regional planning to help Keokuk with housing assistance. That's going to be applied to the pilot grant. A new line item will be added for transfers, which is, well, actually, it's the transfer amount in 6910. That will go from 150 to 250 because we have to transfer from 199 to 160, fund 199 to 160. In order to do that, we could have paid it directly out of 199, but to keep everything under one roof, we'll transfer $100,000 to 160 for the pilot program. The 150 that you see in there now is going to general fund, and that is going for demolitions.
Cole, do we still have the sidewalk program? Are we still doing that?
That's coming up.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So under tax increment financing, the miscellaneous under Twin Rivers TIF is some filings that we needed to do in order to reinitiate the area that we decertified. So we don't expect any further expenses on that.
So when we reissued that, did we consider expanding, have we had conversations about expanding a 3-year tax abatement for not only owner occupied properties, but also rental properties?
Yeah, we've had discussions, but we haven't moved forward with that. So we need to look at that as well.
What would that have to, would we have to suspend it and reissue it again to do that? Or can we just add that as amendment? What was that process?
Would, so,
Okay. Well, I just think it would be something that we consider. Every other community in Lee County has a 3-year 100% tax abatement for any improvements above, I mean, the same that we have for owner occupied, but
Right.
what I'm saying is that we're putting in quite a bit of stick related to the vacant property registry, and then if we're moving forward with the rental property registry, I would like a little carrot too, to be
Right.
able to say, hey, you know, like, you're gonna do these improvements, here's,
right.
Garrett.
And we do have the tax abatement in other areas.
in other areas for commercial properties?
Well, we just approved a slew of them on Thursday under the consent agenda, and those were residential.
But they're owner occupied only.
Yeah, those are owner occupied.
What I'm talking about is that for rental properties.
Okay, correct.
Is expanding it to rental properties as an aspect that if we're gonna be coming in here with a big stick to say you have to
Right.
get these up to a certain inspection, then we should probably have a conversation about, and the fact that everyone
Well,
else does it.
One of the questions I'll ask the attorney is that because now multi-residential is considered residential under taxing, do we even have to change our ordinance? It wouldn't be owner occupied. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just saying that I think that that's something that we should consider maybe.
That could just be an ordinance update as opposed to a TIF district update.
Right.
Okay.
That could be something we could apply citywide rather
Yeah.
than just for.
That's what I was curious about. I think that most places have it, it's citywide.
Yeah.
It's
It-
not
it-
part of the
it's-
TIF district, it's part of the citywide.
Yeah. If all we have to do is change the ordinance, it's a whole lot cheaper. If we have to
Yeah,
go
that's
through
what
the
I was,
whole-
I was hoping that, I was thinking that would probably be the strategy, and I don't know, but we could check. So, because
And-
that
and-
might be the easiest way.
Yeah, and the actual cost to us of those tax abatement is nothing, because what we're doing is we're just abating
Improvements.
some of our taxes for 3 years.
Yeah.
So, right. The transfers out for TIF, most of that is going to, some of this is going to fund KEDC. The bulk of it, though, we send over to debt service to defer some of the bonding. And it's just a transfer out. Okay. So when we get to debt service, what you're going to see is all of the bonds that we have added that were being paid out of sewer revenue. So the 2023 Victory Park bond, the 2023 Water Pollution Control SRF, the 2023 Soap Creek, and the 2022 Belt Press. You'll also see the 2023 Geo Street Repair interest only for the first year. Principal will come in the following fiscal year. And the total debt service expenditure this year is $3,124,927. And again, some of that is deferred through what we send over from TIF. Okay. Capital projects, funds 301 through 304. Here's your sidewalk program. We haven't had a lot of usage, but we always allocate $20,000 for anybody that wants to use it. We've advertised it, said it's out there. We do get some usage, but not a lot. Capital improvements for the cemetery streets, we allocate $30,000. That's funded through TIF. And that pays for the concrete. And then the labor and machine is all donated. So,
if we allocate $20,000 for sidewalks, then don't use it, could we start applying that to the sidewalk down John Street Road?
well, what I'll tell you is that that $20,000 is actually an operational expenditure, and in the 301 fund, if somebody uses it, we're actually tapping into reserves. There isn't an income for it.
I know it's an incentive for property owners to put sidewalks in, but we don't seem to be able to get this sidewalk down Johnson Street Road, which I think is a very good safety thing to be done.
You're correct, and if we put $15,000 away, we'll be able to afford that project in about 20 years, because it was estimated to be $200-some thousand, because there's areas where we'd have to put in retaining walls. I thought, okay, we're just putting in a sidewalk, but once you have to meet ADA requirements and other things, the cost went up dramatically.
I know, but if we don't ever get started, we'll never get done.
I understand completely. We can look at that, but that's going to be a slow build towards a very large amount.
So question on that, though. I mean, I've had emails about it. I drive on that road almost daily, and it is dangerous. Is there funding for trails that you could look into for that?
Possibly. I mean, we could look and see. I'm sure there'd still be a match, but I don't know what that would be. So we'd have to look to see what grants are there, what matches are there, and then determine the feasibility.
I would assume it would meet a lot of grant requirements when you're talking about the low-income housing that's out there, connecting them to things like Hy-Vee, Walmart, Aldi. I just don't know how it wouldn't,
Well,
the
you can-
underserved.
I don't see a problem with getting that connectivity.
Yep.
One of the things is how wide does the trail have to be? Can we build it at 5? I know we can't build it at 4 foot. We probably have to build it at least 5. So there's an added cost for that. Trail money is very competitive. I know that through, there's different programs that you apply for directly at the DOT that we have gotten and scored well on. The Riverfront Trail, for the 5 years that I've been here, for 4 years, we submitted the application through Regional Planning's competitive bidding application process. And I know that it had been submitted before I even got here, and we finally scored high enough.
Yeah, I mean, even just trying for the smaller ones and putting them together,
Right.
sort of.
Right,
Well,
and
and
then-
there's-
and that's what we did with the
The
Riverfront Trail.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just laying out that trail money is very competitive.
Mhm.
So we would have to. Yeah, and if it's not a multi-use, it's.
I think that it
hard to get.
absolutely could be.
I don't know why it couldn't. Yeah, that's,
Yeah. Right.
so then you're looking at, TAP grants could be able to go for that though, for sidewalks, no? You could use a TAP grant, especially with the connectivity.
Roger, you could apply for a sidewalk at your place, and we'll do your section. If you start it, maybe everybody else start doing it.
It's a good idea.
I'll help you do it.
Volunteer labor.
So we'll continue to look at that. A couple of you brought up some good ideas that I think we can try to apply.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so where you see a transfer out of the Riverfront barge is that in 302-910, there was some remainder there from the barge. We transferred that internally to another economic development account in order to clear that balance off and to help out with some of the negative balances in the economic development funds. So the next one up, this is the SID Center. And so our bottom line increases. The bulk of that is the electric and gas expense. We're continuing to try to work to reduce the electric expense. We've had an audit. Is that what it was? Did we have an audit? Yeah, so we've had an audit, and I think we finally got that report. So we've got to take a look at that audit and see what we can do in order to basically turn some things off that aren't needed at this moment in order to reduce that electric expense.
One of the issues is that you have 8 transformers in a building, and that when the project was done, a lot of these things probably should have been addressed, and they weren't.
Right.
Are we still working at getting tenants? And I only say that because it looks like we're spending a lot of money for someone to have a successful business in there.
We are, I think we have 1 or 2 prospects. One of the prospects could possibly take an entire floor. The current tenant is expanding to the entire floor.
What does rent cost? Someone who would have the entire floor?
KADC just renegotiated it, and we are at commercial rent space is $4 a square foot for annual. That's what's competitive. That's what we put in the application.
Right.
So he'll be taking up around, I think it's 2,500 square feet. And so
Yeah.
we're looking at getting him up to by June. And he'll be paying more actually right now on the front side of it is to around 2,500 because we also are paying for gas and electric. So we're doing it $1 a square foot per month.
About $10,000 a year for 2,500.
No, more than that,
More than that, it's
You said
$2,500 a month.
a
You
month.
said 2,500 square feet at $4.
2,500 square feet at $4 would be the competitive rate. And that we are
Okay.
increased, we have it $2,500 a month because of electric and gas.
Okay.
So we're going to have around 30,000. I think we're either going to do, it's 30,000 a year or 25,000 a year. We're going to have in
Do we change based on someone's success, like, competitive places who, your business takes off? I know, is he like
that's the reason we've increased
$500,000?
it significantly.
So that's looked at annually? longer
We
than-
have we're looking at doing a 3-year contract. And that contract though can change with 60 days notice, depending on usage of the space.
So what we will also monitor is that if in the expansion, if the electric usage jumps dramatically,
Yes.
then any additional beyond current average would then be assessed.
So there is a limit on,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Hopefully what it is if we can get the other prospective tenant, Lee County Economic Development Group is currently working with them and IEDA to see what can be done. They need some money up front. So we're trying to figure out with Lee County and once we get their needs and everything else, and EDA, trying to figure out what that is, and then what programs can be used in order to get that upfront money repaid.
I'm gonna be honest, with having worked with this building for the last 3 years, I got brought in about 2020, and I think it's a great asset. And the fact that we have no person that we're giving money to be in charge of that and making an asset is the issue. Like, there's nobody that's like, this is my job. By chance, I was doing it because it needed to be done. But we put a $3 million investment, and then we have nobody who's in charge of it, which is sort of crazy. I think that if you had, other communities that have buildings like this and have assets like this have a full-time person that's in charge of managing it and making sure that things are happening and that there's somebody getting in there and there's lease agreements and all those things. And we have not done that. And so this is the reason that you're seeing what's happening right now.
Well, we have looked at possibly contracting with someone. The problem is that anybody that's local doesn't have experience in marketing something such as this. And so if you're looking at someone who has, you've got to go to Iowa City or Cedar Rapids or Des Moines. And they're not necessarily willing to come down and take on just one little project. So we're still continuing to work that out to figure out how we can get somebody in there to manage and market the facility. Any other questions on the SID Center? Okay. All right. Where you see this next one, this is the Brownfield grant. This has been ongoing for several years, and so there's an up and a down as they really worked through things in last fiscal year, where we thought we were going to have a delay, but then they powered through a lot of stuff, so that's where you see that go up. The 140 in this year is not going to be fully expensed. The $10,917.75 should be the last expense on the current Brownfield grant.
do we know when we're going to hear back about the EPA grant that we put in for cleanup?
No, I don't know the timeline on that. I'll ask regional planning for an update.
Are we considering putting in an application for the jobs assistance grant this year?
What's that?
The jobs assistance, so the EPA, you can get up to $600,000 for jobs training because we have a brownfield site.
Um, I wasn't aware of that one, but we'll bring it up and see what we can do.
Okay.
Any other questions on capital projects? All right. Do you want to take a break before delving into revenues, or just go ahead? And all the revenues are I'm not going to say all the revenues, but certain revenues are tentative depending upon what happens. When you get to property tax general in the general fund, you do see about a $55,000 reduction, $54,000 reduction. That is, we had a 2.2% increase in 100% evaluations, but once the rollback was applied, we lost 3.3% of our taxable valuation. Some of that is made up through I don't want to call it a backfill, but a reimbursement for the commercial industrial property tax credit that used to be something that everybody had to apply for, and the state just made it universal to everybody. So later on, you'll see where there's some increase in grants and aid from the state. Of course, our property valuations and our property tax axing affect other revenue line items. So the utility tax replacement is based upon what our asking is. And so you see a reduction there of about $26,000. We are seeing a trend up on the gaming tax and a trend up on hotel motel. And speaking of hotel motel, right now, without any changes, we are budgeting $235,000 of the $275,000. I think with the additional askings, that puts us close to $260,000. In previous years, we have not always allocated 100% of hotel motel tax. What was left over went to support the general fund, but it's at the council discretion on how they want to allocate those funds. Other line items tend to be the same. We did add $20,000 in vacant property registration and fees. That is Casey's best estimate. She says the potential is $40,000, but what we expect is that not everybody's going to pay. So we're expecting $20,000 and the rest to be assessed towards property tax, which hopefully somebody will pay.
I think we have to be very conservative with that vacant property. Last I knew, and it's been a week or two since we talked, she had one person who had said they had mailed their check. So I think we need to be prepared that some of that 20,000 is going to have to go into attorney fees and things like that, collecting it. The
Correct.
lien, is someone going to pay that property tax, or are they going to let the property go? So I would be mindful about the 20.
Right. And I know. What I can tell you is that there's remarkably large number of new properties being listed by a realtor. Right. And part of the ordinance says that so long as you have it listed for a realtor, you get a 6-month reprieve.
I have a feeling we're gonna have more abandonment than anything. And that's how Fort Madison, when they implemented their rental property registry and they had large landlords that had 40 properties that didn't pass inspection, they abandoned those properties.
Right.
But the thing is, they abandoned those properties in time for them to be able to be flipped so that we weren't paying, they're not paying to tear them down. They're really just putting them on sale on behalf of the city and saying, okay, now we have 40 properties that people can buy up at a very reasonable price, invest the money, do that.
There are some on there. I agree. There are some on there though that I would say could probably be torn down.
Oh,
The picture they have posted, you can see through the entire house.
of course.
Okay.
But I think there's gonna be a lot of expenses that are gonna come along with this right now at this point in time, but we have to get it under control.
Right.
I mean, these properties are not only fire hazards, they're squatting issues, crime, all the other things,
But
so.
I think we're gonna learn things, and if we have to make adjustments, then we will, because, there are some people who are actively trying, but Alliance says you have to have this state permit to update all of your electricity to get a line to your house, where you can't fix the house up if you don't have electricity. You can't do that if you're paying a $2,000 fee to the city. There are things that I think we'll have to work on, but the selling, I think we're also gonna see a lot of people do quit claim deeds. I've got a multi-family dwelling on my block that sold for, well, a quit claim deed for 9 grand. Now it's listed for 35,000, and I would almost deem it inhabitable. So I think we're gonna see a lot of switching hands too.
Right.
Do we have something on the vacant property registry about those quitclaim deeds and how that? Is there anything at the state code? I think this is one of the issues, that state code issues that we're victim to be honest. Because we have it on a registry, we already know that these are the things that are. If it changes hands, it's. So this is my question is, do we have to record those things then? Is that one of the issues that we would, what I'm saying is that like somebody might purchase a property and not know it's on the vacant property registry and that they're. Okay, I just want, because that's that process to be able to make sure that the people that are purchasing that property, then it's been recorded that they are posted on Safe Document. I know. I
And
understand
then
that.
my worry is that the house isn't on the vacant property registry, because I've listed it for sale. I've now sold it to my kid, who is gonna list it for sale. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know.
That's the worry there, if it's not on the vacant registry. Yeah. Add them. Okay.
Okay.
So it's only a loophole in the initial starting.
Any other questions? All right. Again, everything kind of stays the same. Some of them will fluctuate up and down depending upon the year and what's going on. We have seen sign permits, the number of sign permits drop almost a half. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, because those are for new signs. Sure. Okay. Okay. All right.
I will try in the next couple weeks just to give you our fees, compare them with the other fees, and see what you actually think or not.
Pam, what's the amusement device license? What's,
Is, that may be where if they have a video poker machine or something like that.
Like the ticket ones that they have?
Yeah, where you get the tickets and you get prizes. Oh.
Chintzes, yacht club have them.
Yeah, that's something, the state, we get a fee, but the state regulates that. So, when you get down to our taxi licenses, I think we only have one taxi service running, if they're still running. It's $25 a license. So we did have someone that lives over in Hamilton that was giving rides and advertising rides for exchange of money. And we did notify them that they did need a taxi license. We got some pushback on it, but the reason why they need a license is so that we can guarantee that they're fully insured, that they have all the necessary equipment in their vehicle, and that we can do a background check so we don't have somebody that shouldn't be picking people up. And we tried to explain to that person, but they were still a little upset at us. But we do it for safety. It's not just
$25 doesn't even cover the background check.
no, it really doesn't. I mean, it's a small fee, and when you renew it, it's basically this one driver that we've already done a background check on. So it's when somebody new comes in that there would be some cost. But again, that was taken care of. So just a point of information. And then as we go through here, there isn't a whole lot of changes. What you do see is an increase in the franchise fees, though a portion of that is going to be rebated back. Okay, so there is an increase. I think the net is going to be the net increase is going to be $200,000 to $300,000 net increase in those fees.
So there's $1 million collected so there's $1 million collected annually in franchise fees.
So, well,
After you
this
have the
this
rebate.
well, what this does is this also includes cable and includes gas. Okay, so the breakdown is about $55,000 in cable franchise, $150,000 in gas, and then the remainder is electric.
And the electric, what's the difference between the residential and the industry again?
Residential is at 3%, and
No, I'm talking about the percentage of the share. So if we have approximately $800,000 that we're collecting on franchise fees from
I'm going to say,
electric.
so what it is the majority of that is going to be commercial industrial, but when you do the net, it's about a 50-50.
Okay. So 400,000.
With residential commercial, it might be 55-45, with 55-45 being residential and commercial.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Did our 1% sales tax go down?
We don't get
So what it is on residential and commercial, we no longer collect the local option sales tax. I am projecting that when we get to it, where our local option sales tax is projected to be less, but I don't know how much of that is from the franchise fee and how much of that is because they have switched their distribution method. Their previous distribution method was they would estimate what they think we're going to get over the next year. And then in November, they would do a reconciliation where if we were short, they'd issue us an additional payment. If we were long, then they would adjust our projections for the rest of the year down. What they've now done since November is every month we get the actual receipts, right? It's not projected anymore, it's the actual. And until we get a clear understanding of how that's affected us, because I believe the November, December were very small in distributions. I mean, we're talking $10,000, where normally we're getting a lot more. So that might have been the reconciliation, is that they sent us less. Now we're starting to see the monthly totals, and those are coming in less than what projected fees were. So again, I can't tell you how much of that is from gas and electric franchise. We did calculate what that loss would be and calculated it into our projections going forward. The thing is that penny for penny of sales tax is not collected and goes to the city of Keokuk. Given how much we collect in local option sales tax, I can tell you that we are the sales tax engine of Lee County. Certainly Fort Madison puts in a significant amount, but we are the engine, being that we have Walmart and some other stores here in town that generate a large amount of sales tax, and we bring in people from Missouri and Illinois. The formula, however, distributes some of the total sales tax collected to the unincorporated areas. So we don't receive the full benefit penny for penny of what we collect. All right. Now we go on to some of the airport revenues or other revenues here. So you see airport leases. We continue to capture more out there. The airport did raise their lease rates last year, and they are pretty much full out there with planes, which is good. You see the rental for the Grand Theater and what they bring in on rental. The Tomey Park rental. It is getting used more now that COVID has been lifted. We are getting some decent interest rate returns on all of our investments. So those are ticking up just a little bit. I'm still cautious until I start seeing what we actually start receiving as to what that could be. If we get into a situation where the Fed wants to boost the economy rather than slow it down, you can see interest rates drop. I haven't seen interest rates at where they are now that we can get for investments since before 9/11. Because before 9/11, you were guaranteed at least 4.5% to 5% in return on your investments. In the last few years, it's been less than in some cases less than 0.5% on return. So, and we are limited as to where we can put our money. We cannot invest it in stocks, bonds, or futures. It has to be a fixed rate investment. And the leases in the general fund, that's the Southside Boat Club. Somebody's wondering. I do have $10,000 there, $10,000 in there for police grants, and I know that the chief, because he sent me an email the other day to get him on to Just Grants, is looking at what possible grants are out there. And I don't know if you found anything yet. Okay. So we're looking at that. We have completed the runway lighting project. That is a one-time revenue that we will not see again next year. The miscellaneous federal grants, that is for the federal grants applied towards the trail. And again, we will not see that next year. Hopefully we get it completed in this fiscal year. If we don't, there'll be some carryover. The DGSB safety grant, again, that is one that the chief just said he's looking into. The primary road extension, that is our annual maintenance fee from the DOT to plow and do minor maintenance on Main Street and 7th Street because they're state highways. So the community industrial property tax replacement.
Sorry. How does the DOT determine that rate?
I think it's per mile.
Okay.
Yeah. And it did, and they did give us an increase last year. No, they tell us what they're going to give us. Yeah, yeah, we don't get to negotiate that at all. So, community industrial property tax replacement, some of that is the backfill that's being phased out. And the other part of that is the reimbursement for the commercial and industrial rebate. That number has changed, and the reason why that, and I haven't updated it here, or I may have updated it here, because I may have updated it on the sheets that I put on in front of you rather than this one. And so that amount changed because the state did send two spreadsheets where they would that allowed us to better calculate what those amounts are. It's not guaranteed though. So once I was able to use those spreadsheets, the number that you have in the supplement that I put in front of you is correct. Right. So then on local grants, you see the amount for cops in schools, and Lee County Narcotic Task Force gives us an annual contribution. The bulk fuel facility revenue, that is refunds on motor fuel tax and what we receive from other agencies using our bulk fuels facility. It does not, it's not a wash in that there's an in and an out on gas purchases versus revenue coming in, because we do use our facility and use some of what's purchased there. Okay. The others are standard. They're the county payments. So we're expecting about $7,800 in county library payments. Do not know why it wasn't budgeted for last year. That was one that might have been missed, but we have received $6,400. When we get down to fines and forfeitures, under the fire inspection services, those are what we're also collecting for fire service calls. We do have, unfortunately, a large number of non-pays that had no insurance. And so.
And that could be something that the city attorney,
What's that?
the city attorney, if we re-look at that contract, that would be something that would fall under their umbrella.
Correct. So the council can make a decision, because we said that once we put this in, would we send these costs to collections? We have not yet, but if the council so desires, we can. We won't, collections always takes a portion of it, but a good number of what we're getting in do not have insurance.
What's the percentage of out-of-state drivers?
Do you know?
Okay, I just wondered if that was,
I haven't tracked it on the non-pays either, whether they're, yeah. Right. I'd have to look at that and get back to you then. Right. Sure. Right. Okay. So I'll get that information and get back to you. Right. The donations donor restricted. I'm not sure if that's for the park fees or if that is for Grand Theater or something else. I don't put anything in there because it's never guaranteed that we would get a donation. One thing that has gone up is our overnight camping fees for usage. So you do see a slight increase there. There's people that go down and use the sites. So you might see them parked out in the parking lot, or there's three right down by the on the other side of the Verity, on the south side of the Verity, that they can use. So
Who's in charge of that, Cole? Who's in charge of that as far as collecting and all that? Because I know we have people, our own citizens going down there and camping and aren't paying a dime, and they're getting the water and the electric.
well, if they're in the parking lot, south side generally takes care of it, and they've been pretty good about that. If they're in the other campsites, we do need to have somebody go down there and check those to see if there's somebody there.
Well, the south side collects the fees, but the south side doesn't monitor it, doesn't know who's
Right,
there and
correct,
who's
right.
not. And I think there's a lot of people that camp down there that we could be getting
I-
income from a lot.
Because of my affiliation with the prior public works guy, I know that he's actually had to go down and shut power off to people that refused to pay and was camping a week at a time or 2 weeks at a time, saying, I pay taxes in this town, it's mine. But they're still using the electric and water, and that's stealing. So it is something that we're going to have to address somehow, some
Right.
way.
So it could be as simple as putting a padlock on the panels or and the spigot, and that in order to use it, you have to come get a key, and in order to get a key, you got to pay a fee. Right. Sure.
I do think there is something, there was, I don't know if there is any, I think Robert had something that they put the card in the window, so you knew if they were paying, but there wasn't anybody following up if like that, because the south side would give a card. The south side made the cards themselves, gave them a free drink ticket when they came in and paid, and then that was supposed to go in there as a courtesy. But I don't know that anybody ever checks it, because that's, just.
Sure.
And again, I don't even know if that's still going on, because that was a courtesy that I did.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's even still going on, but that's something that,
It can also be that if we have park employees that need to go down and check restrooms on the weekend, that they could do a sweep as well.
And following up on that, if they want us, I mean, the South Side's willing to take the money. They aren't having a problem with that, but they shouldn't have to police anything else.
No, I agree. That's why I mean, like, something.
They shouldn't have to be in charge.
And I even think the officers, that's why I'm saying, they're just saying, look,
Right. Yeah. So we'll work on that as well. When you get down to the next section, police service reimbursements is records checks, restitutions, the magistrate court fines. This is something that, as I mentioned earlier, that we're working with Chief Baum and Councilmember Garcia and I are working on getting a proposed revised ordinance that basically references state code, so that by referencing state code, we can then write a ticket under city code. That means that more of the fines come to us rather than being split out to other agencies.
I have a quick question. I was sending an email to Seth, but what about the chart, the fire inspection services? That was $50,000 is what we have in the budget for this year.
And
now we have
that's what I explained was those fire fees that for accidents.
That's, okay,
That's where that's under.
okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
And why did we lower it by $30,000?
Because it's not coming in as what we expected. Based upon the original numbers of number of accidents, that's what we thought we could bring in. The problem is that, like I said, we do have a large number of non-pays because they don't have insurance.
So it's a little, I mean, it confuses me because it says fire inspection services and it's not fire inspection services then.
Right. Right.
As inspection?
I'm saying it's just under fire.
Because I think, well, I'm just saying in the future though, I think we probably need to have two line items there because if we're going to be doing inspections, then we need to make sure we have that
Sure.
put out
Sure.
so that we know that where the income, yeah. There needs to be two separate like lines because I was going to say that's really confusing
Sure.
otherwise.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we did the magistrate court fines. Fuel sales out at the airport have been steadily climbing. When we had a contracted manager out there, we only got a flow fee from fuel sales, so we weren't getting a lot. The contracted manager was collecting any profits off of the fuel sales. When we went to a full-time manager, that meant that the fuel sales, 100% of all revenue came to us. The airport commission looked at what the markup was on the fuel out there in comparison to what other communities were charging, and the fuel markup was quite a bit. They lowered that markup to where we're competitive to the other airports and still making a profit. And we get a lot of airplanes passing through that will land and fuel at our airport versus Fort Madison or Burlington or other local areas. So they are still very competitive. I think the projected profit on fuel sales this year is 27,000.
Do the animal service donations, is that going through Casper instead of the city?
Which one? Oh, the donations?
Mhm.
Yes, occasionally where you see well, there's budget amounts. So yes, they're going through Casper now, so we don't budget anything for the animal service
Okay,
donation.
I just knew they have great support, so
Correct.
didn't want it to look like.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is where I think we have the conversation around the Grand Theater because right now we have $26,000 coming in as revenue according to these records, but in our expenses, we have 58,700.
We expended 58 and
That's what we have for our budget, is that we're going to expend 58,700. And if it's a pass-through, I don't understand why we only have $26,000 in revenue.
Well, you also have the rental fees, which were yeah.
So they're still not lining up, though, if it's a pass-through.
Well, what do you mean by a pass-through?
Well, I thought you said that so $58,700, from my understanding, that's not coming out. That is money that the foundation expends and gives to the city.
I thought that was the $25,000.
Oh, just the 25,000?
Yeah.
Okay. That's where I just wanted to make that clarity.
Right.
Okay, there.
Where you do see the donations, Union Depot, that was a private contribution to cover the city's match in the current grants. If the only time I'll budget something in here going forward, because they are accepting all the donations down there as part of their 501c, the only way I'll budget that going forward is if they do get another grant and have private donations to make the city's match. And I think they are looking at one or two more phases that they'll be applying for grants.
They have several phases, but they are looking at a deadline for July 1. They need to raise about $90,000, was it? 150 for another matching grant through the Jeffers Foundation.
Right. Yeah.
So they have about 5 months to get that done. So it'll be a big push.
Okay, in contribution private sources, where you see the 200,000 and the year-to-date expended of 100,000, those are one is the Wellmark grant for the trail, and the other is the $100,000 in private donations submitted for the trail. So that's why you see a drastic drop there. But again, those are one-time monies versus annual expenses. Refunds, general insurance, the reason why you see those high amounts in last fiscal year is City Hall. And so that's where we get our reimbursements. We don't budget anything in there because we don't know what it could be. It could be as small as $1,000. It can be as large as $823,000. But the 14,368 that you see there is reimbursements for insurance claims that we have filed. So if we have a car accident or a property accident, so for example, when somebody took out the slide in one of our parks, reimbursement comes in here. All right.
Do we have any money that comes in, like if you have a firehouse and we get the insurance?
What's that?
When we have like a firehouse and we get the insurance money to be able to tear that down?
Yeah, we try to collect that. Where does that come in, Pam, for the, if we,
Okay. Okay. Since we're going to be requiring insurance on these vacant properties, do we foresee that looking differently? Probably not this next year, but maybe in the future. Okay. Oh, I know.
So the refunds general, the reason, the $76,318.25 you see in there, the bulk of that is what ITC paid to have Hazelhurst resurfaced. We do have a contracted amount for exactly what they contributed. I'm keeping it at 60,000 right now for next year, considering that there's probably going to be work that needs to be done on River Road. I think 60,000 might be low, but it's a shot in the dark on what the actual cost is going to be. So the transfers in general, let me pop that up here just a second. I can get that. So the transfers to general, what it is there's employee benefits and the emergency levy that's transferred over. There's, and that's $2,345,416. $1.3 million in local option sales tax, $150,000 from ARPA for housing, and then $250,000 from the sewer departments for support of the general fund. So that total comes up to be $4,045,416. And there is a change. There. I went back, and because of some of the new calculations that I said with the industrial and commercial property tax replacement, it changed things just a little bit. So we are transferring in $193,000 from the reserves and employee benefits and emergency levy to lower the overall levy and lessen the impact of what we're raising the debt service. So we're taking some out of reserves. In June of 2024, the $1 million capital improvement bond will roll off. So then we can then absorb the full amount of the employee benefit levy and hopefully keep that at the overall levy at a steady level. Yes, we do, and it's a one-to-one reimbursement. It's at the very end. Yeah, it's the last item on revenues. So yes. Okay. All right. We did have where you see sale of property. That $15,634.21 was 415 Bondo. Okay. Right. So total revenues in the general fund are projected to be $10,107,835. Next, you see the property taxes for employee benefits and the emergency levy, the utility franchise tax that we receive based upon our levy rate and our asking and our property valuations. You see that the local option sales tax is projected to be down slightly, but again, until we get a handle on the monthly contributions, it could go up. Hopefully it goes up to at least current levels. And then the rent income in 167, I knew this coming in and I forgot, so let me get that number here. That's the art center. That goes into the libraries fund that they have. So that's the rent for the art center. We do get some interest on the TOMI fund that's in there. We're no longer receiving ARPA funds. We have received our full allocation. Road use tax sees about a $40,000 increase. At Southeast Iowa Days, the director of the DOT was there, and one very good question was asked before I got to ask it was, how are they going to deal with the number of electric cars that aren't buying fuel? So what it is there is an additional registration fee. So, and what they do is they, according to him, he says what they do is they calculate what the average driver would spend on gas, and then they put it in a formula, and that's what the extra registration fee. What they're also doing is that on any commercial charging station, they're putting an extra surcharge. I can't remember the exact amount, but it was a penny and something surcharge in order to put that into the road use tax fund. So hopefully what it is that as we start shifting over to more hybrids and electric vehicles, that we continue to see some sort of road use tax to maintain the roads. So again, the commercial and industrial property tax replacement is based upon formulas sent to us by the state, and includes the backfill, which is again is being reduced, but the reimbursement for the commercial industrial tax abatement. Other things tend to be the same. The donations and park maintenance, we have a little problem here, and we're trying to work out a solution, is that as donations come in, it goes into Fund 002. Expenses are out of 001, and we're not always getting money into 001 out of 002. So we're working on either moving all those donations into 001 or creating an expense line item out of 002 so that we're not, there's money in the general fund to cover these things, but it's sitting over in 002. Because of what's going on in the general fund and the fact that we're going to have to reline the pond at Rand Park, and current estimate for a clay liner is around $40,000. If we wanted to do a regular liner, we're estimating $90,000. So certainly we're going to be looking at the clay option. But what we will do is we are going to transfer out of 002 into 001 to cover the expenses on the pond and one half of the, what was that, 19,000? It was the, yeah. Oh, the Rand Park mat replacement underneath the playground equipment. So those will be additions to the transfers. They're not in there right now, but that's because we didn't have the numbers on the Rand Park until Brian worked them up yesterday. Okay. So where you see transfers into road use tax was that couple of years ago, the state allowed an additional revenue into road use tax besides the state's contributions, and that is we can now levy for employee benefits in the road department. What you see there is the first year we were at 50%. This upcoming year, we moved it to 75%. Next year will be 100% levied for employee benefits and road use tax. The transfer into economic development, because we adjusted the transfer or transfer out, that'll be $63,500 to cover the additional from Port Authority. Okay, I'm kind of dry. Can I take a break and get some water? No, all right. All right. Our next revenue group then is TIF. Herding cats. So our next revenue item is tax increment financing. Again, these are based on projections from the county. The actual what we get is going to be dependent upon tax rates and property valuations as they come down. This is the estimate they give us. It is down. And what I can tell you is that that is a reflection of the commercial and industrial valuation rebate. So on the first 150,000 of their valuation, that is assessed at the residential rate. Then the remainder is assessed at the commercial rate. So when that went in, so when the state put it in where everybody gets it, that's the effect. Okay. Now, now under the commercial industrial property tax replacement, when I did my calculations for with the worksheet they gave me before, I didn't have it in there, there is about not the full $12,000 replacement. There's a little over $11,000 that is now coming into community industrial property tax replacement. So we come about even to what last year was, what the current fiscal year is projected. So we come about even. That is until we find out what the legislature is going to do to us again this year, for this fiscal year. In upcoming fiscal years, as I said before, the current Senate bill for property tax reform takes that commercial industrial rollback from 90% to 70% over 2 years. The property tax and debt service is $1.9 million roughly. Utility tax replacement, $326,000. Community industrial property tax replacement, $108,000. Transfer in from TIF of $723,000 for a total of $3,124,154 into debt service. Currently, we're at about half, but with what we're adding, we're going to be, so I think our debt limit will actually go up because we got an increase in our 100% valuations. The debt limit is based upon a percentage of the 100% valuation. So we got an increase of 2.2% in our 100% valuations. For last year's annual report, our debt limit was a little over 36 million, and we sat at a little over 18 million. So with the addition that we bring in, we're going to be around that 30 million mark. Correct. Yes, but we will have some as we start to roll off, that number will help us increase. Okay. Where you see rental income, that is from the development center. With the new lease, I haven't projected the new lease in there, so I'll have to get some new numbers in there for that rental income. Correct. Right. So KEDC gets a portion of the rent, but it goes directly back into the building. Yeah. Under the brownfield grant, again, they were working on it and then kind of got delayed, and then I thought the delay was going to be longer. So you see that last year they really cranked it out. The $74,208 that you see there should be the last of the expenditures on the current brownfield grant. And again, that is a one-for-one reimbursement from the federal government. Okay. So where you see transfers in and capital projects, 30,000 there is for the cemetery. Roads, the 92,765 is for the development center. And where you see that transfer in, what it is that was an internal transfer from one of the other capital expenditure projects, capital line items into the brownfield grant. There were some additional expenses outside of the grant in acquiring the property. And so we transferred some money over to cover that deficit in 304. We're not selling as many cemetery lots, and I've actually lowered that 4,000 to 2,000, and that's one half of the sales. In past years, we've exceeded that $4,000. We always budget $4,000, but I've lowered that. Either the people who are passing away already have lots, or they're being buried somewhere else. So I can't explain to you why we're not selling more. Maybe our death rate is lower. I can't.
Is the charge the same to be cremated and an urn being buried?
It's if in this case, this is the sale of the lots, and so what it is if they buy a full lot, it's the same price whether it's cremation or full burial because they're buying the lot. But in the section that we just had platted, there are smaller plots just for cremation that are at a different price.
I wonder how many you're seing where a spouse is being
cremated and placed on top of an existing.
Right, and there's several of those. So again, it's if they've already purchased a lot in previous years, so. I know that some of the uptick in past years was when we announced that we only had so many lots left before we did the platting of the other areas. There was a lot of people coming in and snatching up lots because they wanted to be able to be buried out there, so. What's that? Yeah. So. So now we get into the proprietary funds. The pretreatment operations, that is recovery of some of the cost for issuing the permits. We do get some investment on meter deposits. We get investment from the reserve in the municipal bridge. Again, I'm expecting that to go up with interest rates. The lease you see there is Danville Communications. They have a fiber line on the rail bridge, and that's the lease that we've negotiated. There is an annual increase on that. So that's why you see a difference in what's budgeted to what is in previous years, what was budgeted to what actually came in.
Their new lease out at Joyce Park, where does that?
What's that?
Their new lease out at Joyce Park, where is that?
We haven't received that, but that'll come into the general fund and will be earmarked for repairs and upgrades at Joyce Park.
Sure. So that would come in on a different line item.
That would come in under the general fund account 001 uses of money and property. There's a lease line item there. Okay. So when we get down to the actual sewer fees, again, we are still collecting Class 1 sewer fees. The exact amount that we will get in, given that we might have or should have an additional source there, is estimated. So the Class 1 sewer fees are industrial fees based upon loadings and flows. The Class 2 sewer fees, this includes a 10% increase in the monthly base charge and the additional usage charge. I believe our last increase was in 2017. Most cities, what they do is they build in an annual increase. I believe Fort Madison is a 2 or 3% annual increase in their sewer rates. We have not had an annual increase built into it. What I will tell you is that based upon these figures, that the sewer fund with the cuts and these revenues does show a surplus of $145,000. Water pollution control, miscellaneous charges. There's the reason why we're leaving, increasing that from $10,000 to $20,000 is that there'll be an increase in some charges based upon the new pretreatment program that we're implementing, with different places having with all industrial users having to have a license, a pretreatment license or an agreement, and have testing. Now, those industrial customers that generally don't discharge more than normal residential waste are not going to get tested every month. But they do. There is a regular testing, and then that'll be charged back out. Some of that is also incurred in the monitoring charges for pretreatment operations. The bulk of it in previous years was ADM, but when we're doing everybody else, I left it at 28,000. That is something that we'll have to look at as we go forward as to what actual incomes are in those two line items. Refuse collection fees includes a $1 a month increase starting July 1. That was what we passed last January with increases immediately in last January, July 1 of this year, July 1 of next year. And then after that, it skips 2 years, I believe, and then there will be another dollar increase. We will need to monitor that closely as fees are adjusted at Great River Waste. A lot of the necessity for the increase was their increase in tipping fees. Railroad revenue remains low. It's based upon the number of cars that go across the river. We are working with the railroad company right now. We discovered 2 years ago, we discovered that there is a minimum charge for the minimum number of cars that need to go across. In 2008, that was when the minimum charge was put in place. From 2009 through 2014, the minimum was met. 2015, the minimum was not, but we did not charge out the additional. 2016, the minimum was met, and every year since, the minimum has not been met. The total as of end of fiscal year 21 was over $500,000. When Mayor Richardson was here, we initiated contact with the railroad, informed them of the back amount. They asked to negotiate an MOU with us as to how to pay that back amount, and then to look at the minimum charge, because as they stated, if we charge, anything we charge for the minimum goes directly back to the one and only customer that they have here, and that's Roquette. At the end of fiscal year 22, there was an additional $111,000. I have not billed for that because we are waiting for, again, negotiations on the MOU, which will be addressed during that time. In the fall of last year, we were informed that that Pioneer Railroad was being bought out by, I think it's Patriot. So my contact there, I've been sending regular contacts. What I was told that, hey, during the transition, we'll see if we can get this done. Then I lost contact. The last contact I got last week was the person that I've been talking to is no longer with the company, but the current general counsel will get back to me. So at that point, then we can look at that as part of the MOU. The last railroad company, not Patriot, had agreed to pay the $500,000 as matching grant towards the raise grant that we didn't get, and then an additional matching towards any construction grant. We'll certainly be looking at that as a possibility. It may be something where we look at another avenue in order to recover those past due funds. It could be one where maybe they contribute to some repairs that we need right now. You know, there's when you look at the report, there's some things that need to be done, that should be done, and you know, maybe that's a contribution. They're the one and only user for the one and only customer. So what we're trying not to do is put an additional burden on Roquette through this. What we want to be able to do is be able to come closer to breaking even on the bridge fund, while at the same time, still promoting commerce and industry in Keokuk.
Is the minimum a yearly minimum? Is that what we're
Correct.
talking?
It's a certain number of cars at the current rate. The reason why, the way I found it is that as Robert and I were talking about ways to get the bridge fund to equalize, it was, well, what if we do a rate increase? Well, when I read the ordinance at that time, it said there's a minimum. Well, I calculated the minimum at the current rate, and that wasn't what we were bringing in. So then I went back to when that was implemented, like I said, in 2008, and then went through the number of minimum cars and what we received. And that's when I found the discrepancy. And at that point, that's when I moved forward to try to correct it.
Can we give them a quarterly report as to where they stand on their minimum number so they know by the end of the third quarter, hey, they're this far behind. By the end of the year, they have it in writing that, hey, you've missed it, that we're aware of it, or is that something we could do?
Right. That's certainly a good idea. Again, I'm trying to get a contact at the new railroad company
Right.
so that we can talk about that. The problem is that Roquette's not sending as much product across.
Right.
So we
believe they
we can set a minimum, but that charge is going to go directly back to Roquette.
How far off of the minimum are they? How far below the minimum are they?
Well, so for instance, like I said, at the end of fiscal year 22, there was an additional $111,000 to meet the minimum. So that's significant.
Right.
So what does it cost to operate the bridge right now?
Presently, we're at around $500,000
Annually?
annually.
So we're subsidizing about
Well,
$350,000.
we're using reserves.
We've been using.
How long can we do that?
Not many more years. That's why we're trying to find, that's why since I've gotten here, we're trying to find solutions in order to reduce costs. We used to have, when I got here, there were 3 positions when 1 empty. And so we didn't fill that position. So we're operating with 2 bridge employees. They have to be trained on from the Federal Transportation Administration on railroad safety and everything else. So they have to be able to go out on the bridge every morning for inspection, and they have to be trained on operations. We've tried to supplement with 2 employees. Sometimes it becomes hard where if somebody's on vacation, you might have 1 employee that for the next 2 weeks can't do anything because they have to be on call to be able to turn the bridge when they're notified the train's coming across. And there's general times, they go across in the morning at about that time, and they come back at about that time. So one of the things that Robert and I were working on was them paying additional overtime fees to have somebody on call, basically getting paid until that train came across. Well, if that train comes across at 9 o'clock, we're paying them from 3:30 to 9 o'clock. And so we were working as part of the MOU to have them start picking up some of those overtime charges as well.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it's going to cost $500,000 to operate the bridge annually. We know that. Roquette's the only user. Is there anywhere else that we can expand usage? Is there anyone else that could use it or would use it? Or is there any conversations around how that could happen?
The only other railroad operating right now in town is BNSF, and they have their own line.
Okay.
If they're,
Have
what's
they
that?
been asked?
Do they know that it's available? Yes. The problem is that they would then go on to KJ's lines that lead into the bridge. And right now, you can't go faster than 10 miles per hour on KJ's lines because they're not rated to go any faster. I'm not sure.
That
But
line
if-
only goes over to a couple elevators in Illinois, is all the
Right.
further that line's going.
It's a
The
short
last I
line.
was aware of.
Right.
Um,
So I don't believe that BNSF would pay for that when they have their own lines.
They use the Fort Madison line, which makes sense. So, I
Right.
mean, they're not going to, but the only way that you'd have an increase is if you had another additional business or industry that got set up in Keokuk that wanted to open up and use that KJ line for
Right.
Peoria access.
One of the things that we're hoping for is that once the Elkham property is redeveloped, because there is a spur line going in there, that somebody will use rail and then need the short line to get to certain markets. KJ provided, or Pioneer Rail provided a map that shows that if Roquette has to use BNSF lines, let me find that for you so I can bring it up. If BNSF has to use, or Roquette has to use BNSF lines, their market ability is reaching certain markets is limited. Whereas when using the short line, let's see here, Pioneer Rail. Okay, so here we go. So this is the rail access for Roquette if they have to use BNSF lines. When they use the short line access, this is they can get down to Peoria, and then at that point, it opens them up to all these other rail companies that they can ship on. So it opens up their markets for shipping to the East Coast, to the Gulf Coast, and more of the West Coast.
Can you forward this to me?
What's that?
Can you forward these maps to me?
Yeah,
Can I have a copy also?
I'll send it out to everybody.
Thanks.
Okay. But we've used this when, as part of the RAISE grant, we've shown it to our congressional leaders, asking them for support. We've shown it to other officials when looking for money.
Have we ever talked to the other side of the line and see if they would want to bring anything over here?
Say that again.
Have we talked to Peoria to be able to see if they would like to make connections that go the opposite way?
We have not, but that's a good idea, to see if there's anybody that use it.
I know the economic developer there.
Yeah, it may not because KJ's line terminates on this side. They would then have to get on a BNSF line, which they can already do in Peoria.
Okay. I know what you're saying.
So,
We'd have to have an end user here.
right. Now, with Miller Meek's office, we did get the earmark for South 18th. They're encouraging us to submit again in the fall. The plan is to submit for $1 million for the engineering that's necessary to get done, which we would then hope by having the engineering, it strengthens future grants applications for fixing what is necessary on the railroad. So if we can do that and get that earmark, then that gives us one step closer to perhaps getting additional funds for repair. What I will tell you is that Pioneer was interested in taking over the bridge, provided that we fix everything that needs to be fixed.
But we don't have the $25 million to do that.
Yeah. So we got to come up with $25 million to fix the bridge.
Maybe we can at least have a conversation with them since we just got the report and say, hey, these are the things that we can fix now. How can we work with you?
Or even saying, we have
Right.
an earmark for $50,000.
Yeah.
Right. So that's one of the things is that, you know, with the past due, it could be a contribution to fixing certain things that gets us, you know, part of the way there. There's some things on the swing arm that could be certainly upgraded and fixed. There's things with the rail that could be fixed. We do have to put in a safety rail for when we go out on inspections. That's part of it. So certainly there's a lot of things that $500,000 can go towards. It won't go a great distance, but it's something that we could push for it. I would certainly want to start off with having them as a contribution towards any matching funds towards grants, because we certainly don't necessarily have the amount necessary for a matching grant.
I have a question. Just so I understand that there's a minimum amount of cars that are required to go over there and Roquette's not meeting that minimum anymore. How, are they aware of that? Or have we talked to Roquette and say, hey, you're not meeting the minimum amount?
Not at this point, because we were still negotiating with the railroad. So I don't know if Roquette is aware of that. What it is if the negotiations with the railroad don't go well, then certainly we will start conversations with Roquette to say, hey, these are the minimums, right? You either start needing to push more product, or, you know, we're gonna have to do something with the minimum.
Well, I think, I
So-
mean, this is public information now. I think we should definitely be
Yeah, well,
contacting Roquette today
I
or
think-
earlier
So,
and tell them what's going on.
Since we wanted to move forward on meeting with all of the industries, that this is a topic that we need to have first with Roquette when you sit down and meet with them. This could
yeah,
be some,
well, I still have to schedule those industry visits, and this can be one of the topics with Roquette.
yeah, I think it needs to be.
Does the water traffic, like the barge companies and those, have any, I mean, they kind of have a piece of the pie too, because if it's not open, they can't get through,
Legally,
so.
we can't do anything about that, I don't think, because
Right,
it's a navigable channel.
Here's what it is if the bridge ceases operations, the swing arm will be
Left
locked in place. Basically what it is if there's a barge coming through, they have priority.
And they have right of, they have I understand they have the right of way, but also if something would happen that the bridge could not open, they would, all I'm saying is there's another entity that maybe would be in there willing to help when it comes time to apply for grants. And, you know, if you had a letter from barge companies and all these that we need this open all the time, I mean, it needs to be fully functional, then maybe that gives people gives the grant people more insight into what we need. I'm just saying that's another entity that we aren't investing in.
Sure.
Their usage of the bridge probably went down when they built the rail yard down by Raritan's.
When they built what? I'm sorry.
The railroad, they used to take cars over to Hamilton and store them. They had a rail yard over there. They no longer do that or don't do it very much. They built a rail yard down by Raritan's.
Sure. And do you know when that was?
No, I don't, but we did have, at one time, we had the railroad come up and they wanted us to close off that street, that crossing, because they was going to buy Raritan's and expand, but that fell through.
Sure. Okay. So we'll be addressing, we'll certainly be addressing that going forward. So under refunds, we get some refunds back on different things throughout the year. So you're asking about the water department's health insurance, and there it is at $650,000. Okay. And we have it somewhere as an out, yes. Okay. The transfer in, to, the, bridge is to pay for our contribution to CBUS. Okay. So we're showing revenues, total revenues of $24,631,547. If we go to, and I have not completed all of the re-estimations, so I've highlighted these areas. So in this, so what it is I don't have an accurate estimated beginning balance. But what I do have is I do have all of the proposed revenues and expenditures. So when you look at the difference, those are accurate. Now, as I said, in special revenues, that is planned of use of reserves. The general fund is right now showing a over expenditure of 206,000. In tax increment financing, again, not using all of the projected funds in order to reduce the negative balance. And that negative balance occurs because, again, as I said, we get an estimate from the county, and the county, it's all based upon what they, property valuations and people paying their taxes and other entities' levies. If those change, they've been coming in under. So right now, I'm trying to put some. I'm trying to get that into a positive balance. Debt service, is 1-for-1. In capital projects, I think part of that deficit there is due to one I know was a little bit of an over expenditure on the development center. The other thing is some of the housing hasn't been accounted for. I do know that the re-estimated expenditures is going to change, and I think that will reduce that deficit there to start with. The permanent, where you see the deficit of 26,000, that is the library's planned use of reserves in their trust funds. You see that for water pollution control and sewer, we are estimating a end of the year surplus of 145,000. Refuse is slightly under, but I think we can get that to a positive with some adjustments in some areas. So we'll be taking re-looking at some of the refuse expenditures. And again, you see the deficit for the bridge. Road use tax is included in that special revenues up there. And so I break it out down below, and currently we're projecting a surplus of almost $63,000. Do understand that as we, and I will have some projections for you on March 4th, going into the future, that in the future for road use tax, we did see at a point where expenditures exceed revenues.
This is for the current year that we are in.
This is for not the current year we're in.
No, I'm saying this chart.
Yeah,
Not the number,
this is for
yes.
the proposed budget.
So I just am having a really hard time understanding how general fund would be negative when we did all of the general fund committee talks prior and we had no deficit in this year projected, and we've done better on the projections that were given to us. Way
Right.
better. I mean, astronomically better.
Right. So that's why I'm going to go back and look at things again.
Yeah,
To make
I just
sure-
want everyone on council to
Right.
understand that I would take this with a massive grain of salt
Right.
because that is not what was
Well, do understand that I was also projecting a 0.5% increase in taxable valuations that we didn't get.
Yeah, that's fine, but we didn't get 0.
What's that?
We didn't get no increase.
Right.
So franchise fees were way different than proposed, and we were still not in a deficit for this year. We would not be in a deficit, I think,
Well,
until
I also had
27 or
not,
28.
I had
and
also
then-
not projected any capital costs, and we do have capital costs this year. Because if we can look at alternatives for that capital financing. So we'll go through those and see if there's alternatives to that financing rather than straight out of the general fund.
Yeah, I just hate the doomsday portrayal when I would say that these numbers are not totally correct yet, and you said that.
Well, I'm not saying that the numbers are the numbers that we have in there are correct. What it is there's going to need to be some adjustments.
Yes, something is coded or is in the wrong fund.
Well, again, like I said, in the projections when we were looking at the general fund, I didn't have any capital expenses in there because I said we needed to look at alternate financing.
No,
So-
I agree with you, but we still did way better on all the other things.
Right.
So,
So looking at the bottom line, it's about $250,000 short of being balanced. How does this compare to the last 3 to 5 years?
What I will tell you is that last year, in the general fund, we had projected
I'm not worried
Oh.
about general fund. I just want the total.
on the total.
Yeah.
What I'll tell you is that we're probably a little better off on the total ending right now than we were last year.
So we have been operating and with a deficit.
In all the funds, yes. So we're a little better off. Okay. So again, on March 4th, we'll have some updated numbers. We'll have some options for the council on different items.
Sorry, the closure of ADM is where that number comes out of, WPC and sewer?
Correct.
Okay.
And I have to, I don't have the correct beginning balance in there yet. I don't have the re-estimated expenditures in there yet. So for the chart. Yes, yes. I hope to have all of this ready well before March 4th, with some changes sent out so you can have a chance to take a look at it before the 4th, knowing that there could be further changes depending upon what the legislature does. So, this is kind of the way that I look at doing the budget process, is to get everything in there and then see where we're at and then start doing what changes we need to do. Right. Because what it is that if wishes can be granted, then we can grant them. If we can't, then we have to go back and change things. Okay. All right. If we want to look at salaries again, I did put before you the summaries of what everybody submitted as to their continuing education. In front of the mayor is what was submitted by the police chief and the assistant police chief. I did not want to run full copies of that, but that is their complete training history for the two individuals. You're certainly welcome to go over and take a look at it. It is quite extensive on the training and and continuing education that they've done. Others have submitted what they've done, and you have it for the police chief, the assistant police chief, fire chief, his assistant chiefs, the city clerk, superintendent of the water treatment plant, the public works director, and the community development director. Those were the positions that we were looking at.
When were the last times that salaries were adjusted?
I believe in the year 2020, when we completed the salary survey and set the wage scales, at that time, every position covered under the wage scales was adjusted either 5% or an amount necessary to get them 3% above the bottom of the wage scale, whichever was greater.
What was the average increase?
Hang on. Let me pull that up. I should have a, all right. Okay.
Around $2,000 to $3,000.
Yeah.
So first, I want to say thank you to all the people who submitted these. I know it was short notice from last Saturday to now. I'm sure that was hard to do if you've been on your job for a long time. I personally would like to see these positions be given a sufficient raise to meet what we're doing with other department heads. And I say that because when I was in on the Public Safety Committee and hiring, our thought process was making sure that we were mindful of the general fund shortfalls. We were mindful of retention and knowing that if someone wanted to leave, we would be able to offer them more. And I don't know where the disconnect was with Public Works, but I do think that it sends the wrong message to other employees. So that's my 2 cents.
And I guess, well, let me clarify. It was to get them 5% below or a market or a 6% increase, whichever was greater.
You said 5% below what the wage study was.
So, yeah, so what it is, it was an increase to get them 5% above the bottom of the scale or a 3% market plus an additional 3% on top of that. So it was a 6% raise. So as you go through, if you look at my spreadsheet here, anybody that's in the 3% plus 3% market was already at least 5% above the bottom of the scale. Anybody that's in the increase to 5% above, where you see highlighted, needed a bump in order to get them above the bottom of the scale.
I think it's difficult to have this conversation when we don't know what our final revenue numbers are. And I don't want us to overpromise anything that we can't provide.
I mean, I understand that. I just feel like we offered a very high amount without knowing those as well.
We were not given the wage study. when we
Oh,
made
no,
that.
I agree. That's why I'm saying there was misinformation with that committee, as there is with many committees, and I don't know if that was the members a part of it or the admin who led the groups. However, the mistake was made, and I shouldn't say mistake, the action was made. So
we have to show that we're going to follow a wage study that we paid to have done.
I don't,
But I mean, this is the deal, like Brian won't be able to get a raise after he hits the peak next year.
I know, so what position did that put us in if he says, I've got to, we love him, he's doing great. These people are going to offer me $5,000 more. Sorry, we don't have it. But
Yeah,
so
Mark
that's what I'm
makes
saying.
$30,000 more than,
I just meant we're putting, from my point of view, we are putting ourselves in a position where we're constantly in a rock and a hard place. We're constantly behind the 8 ball. We had a public works director. Again, this is nothing against Brian. I'm sure he's qualified. I think that he will do a great job. Were we able to offer him the same? Would he have stayed?
say that again?
Were we able to offer Robert the same? Would he have stayed? Did we tell him that we could offer him up to this?
Well, what I will tell you is that Robert knew the wage scale, and when he left, it wasn't the money.
I'm aware, but was he offered this?
What I told him, I says, if you need more money, I can talk to people, and for him, it wasn't the money.
So I just worry that we put someone who's in a new position. I mean, if Brian, I think that he does an excellent job. We can't even say we'd like to offer you more. We can't say you've done a good job. Let's raise that wage for you.
Well,
well, I think there's a conversation about redoing the wage study though.
And then
right.
what do we do when everyone else then is 30% under?
So I
That's
sent
my
out-
worry is
right.
that when we're talking, we were like, there's a person who is going to have a lot of years left. We want to start them here. So one, they have incentive to do well so that they have room to get more, and that we have some bargaining there. If someone offers them, hey, you're great there, we'd like to give you 10 grand more.
So here's what it is that I did send out a survey, because once every 3 years you should send out the survey to see where we're at as far as the wage scales and our wages. I've sent that out. Because I've been concentrating on the budget, I have not compiled all the results. I've only partially compiled them. I can have that. That's one of the things I can work on next week, now that some of the budget stuff is done. Because for the last 4 to 5 weeks, that's all I've done is budget. So once I have that, then we can look at, are we still competitive or are we not? And then because anytime you set salary ranges like this, you have to regularly go back and look to see if you need to have adjustments. There are some organizations where what they do is they put in place an annual inflationary increase to those salary ranges, so that you can, they're continually adjusted to match other markets. We didn't do that, but that's something we can look at once we get the full results of the new salary survey.
My concern is that if we aren't bringing people up and we have, like, to be a good employer, you're going to want to compensate someone for doing a good job. So if we have someone who is so far ahead, we should be compensating him if he is doing a good job, and that just further gaps, this, a tier 10 with tier 11s or vice versa. And then one day, are we talking, we have to give people way more than a $10,000 raise to be competitive?
Sure.
It's like we're constantly, wagging ahead of the horse.
Well, so the problem we run into is that in the past there have not been market adjustments. Okay, we got into the rut of okay, you get the annual cost of living increase, you get the annual cost of living increase, you get the annual cost of living increase. Well, that doesn't always match up with what the market is out there, because as positions, people retire, the person being hired isn't hired at what that person was hired at 30 years ago. They're hired closer to what that person was making or more, because that's what the market is. And so there hasn't been those market adjustments in the past. In 2020, that was our first attempt at, making a market adjustment in order to be competitive.
Well, and that adjustment should have hurt a little bit. It should have been like, man, we are behind the ball.
That's the reason why I sent out the new salary survey.
Yeah, so I mean, we have to stay on top of it.
Right. That's why I sent out the new salary survey.
Does that salary survey cost anything?
No, because I'm doing it myself. What I did was I took
Okay.
the same survey that was sent out by the consulting firm from last time and sent it to the same cities that was sent to before.
Okay. Because sometimes we tend to do a lot of surveys and then never
Well,
follow through with
what
what we surveyed.
No, what I can tell you is that the response rate on the original survey was not tremendous, and the response rate on this survey is not tremendous, okay?
But isn't this all public information that you can look up people's salaries? I mean, at Iowa State, I could look up anybody's salary. Like, can't you find this information somewhere?
Some of it is really outdated, like at least online. And when I've contacted some of the surrounding cities or ones that are comparable, they do a lot like our budget where they've got a couple positions into one line item. And then it's like, you can talk to our HR and then you leave a message and HR doesn't call back.
For municipalities, there isn't one central location. Each municipality does have to publish either the budgeted wage and salary for each employee or the actual wage and salary for a fiscal year, one or the other. So depending on what is out there, you would have to go to each of these individual cities and find that and FOIA basically their publication.
Don't they have to
on that.
publish it in the newspaper?
Right. And then we would have to, in that, look at, is it budgeted or is it actual? And why I say actual is that for some of the positions farther down the scales here, they do receive overtime. Okay. So if they publish the actual rather than the budgeted, then what happens is certain positions can be skewed a little bit because they're getting overtime versus what their actual budgeted salary is.
Cole, when these projections go out or when we get these wage studies done, what all goes into it? I know it's a community of like size and so on and so forth. Does it take into effect cost of living and other different things like that? Or is it just wages for the size of the town or?
So when we set up the original comparables, I didn't want just cities from 9,000 to 15,000 or 8,000 to 15,000 because, a 15,000 person city that's a suburb of Des Moines, right? Their property valuations aren't similar. Their property tax income isn't similar. So we did put down certain demographics of what we wanted. So we wanted ones with similar property values, similar growth rates, and some other, similar median household incomes, similar median household values, right? So the comparables that were put in there are meet those criteria. So it isn't just based upon population.
So it's more apples to apples instead of apples to oranges
Correct.
or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
And the reason why that is because the company that did this, I know a community that worked with them and they didn't do some of those demographic changes. And so they were comparing some cities in the metro area that were way out of whack. I mean, their average, the average price of a house was $250,000. When the average household price in that community was closer to, $90,000. What's that?
Shelley said, I heard you say that Mark, or I should say the Public Works Director in Fort Madison makes 30,000 more. He's got a lot more. It's not apples to apples. He's got a lot more. He's over the wastewater treatment plant, he's over the waterworks, and
Yes.
he's over the water treatment plant.
No.
So you cannot compare those two positions.
And so that's one of the things that I'm confused about too, is the fact that, we have a director of public works. Sometimes they're considered like the assistant city manager, like I don't know how I haven't had the time to read through all the comps and say, are we really comparing apples to apples or oranges to oranges? I think also when it comes down to our community, there's certain demographics that are different in the aspect that we've been declining in population for 60 years. And so what's our projected revenue look, like if we're going to stabilize, where are we stabilizing? Where's that going to look like too? And right sizing of services in general. I think it's hard, like there's communities that are growing, that it's a different game compared to communities that are stagnant and that are declining. Like how is, what is that looking like in the future?
Right.
And I think that's just a reality, to be honest, with the communities I've worked across the state of Iowa. There's most of them.
Well, when the state started to phase out the rollback, they split cities into two groups. Those that had 8% growth in valuations or more, and those that had 8% or less. And 2/3 of those cities fell into the 8% or less. And that wasn't 8% valuation growth in any one year. It was since 2014, right? So if you had less than 8% growth since 2014, we were averaging 0.5%. That's why we got put into that. We were averaging 0.5%. So from 2014 to 2021, we had 7% growth in our taxable valuations. And that's, and we were averaging 0.5% up until this year, 0.5% growth. And, this year we lost, and we're probably going to lose more.
I think that is a little bit of a different discussion, though. I understand that we're talking about the services that we offer to the amount of population, but that doesn't change the job duties of the ones who are here, and that the wage should reflect life currently. We aren't on an island here. Iowa is a declining population. The state of Iowa is. If you are
Right.
not in Iowa City, Des Moines, just point blank, we aren't the only city in Iowa looking at things like this. You still have to
Correct.
pay the people who are here a comparable wage, or you're not going to retain them.
Correct.
Well, as you can tell, I'm not a survey person. We keep talking about and I don't have a problem with doing a survey. I don't know, we have one from 2020 that we obviously aren't following and never did. And so
Well, I thought
I
we
mean-
did follow it though. We did raises at that.
we did raise
And
some.
all the new hires have been within the range, so it has followed it. But the issue is someone was at the high end of the range as opposed to the low end of the range.
I feel like we followed it, but we didn't follow through. We set that initial step, but we never had any up while we knew that range was going to move up.
Right.
We said, we got to put into this one there. And then
Right.
in 10 years, we'll try to move that. You know what I mean? There wasn't a
Well-
step increase in 3 years, we're going to make sure we are.
Well-
6%.
And maybe I didn't say it right, but that's what I'm saying is we did at that survey, they did and I wasn't here, but I was here for many years and watched this same sort of kind of thing happen, that we got some people up and some people not, and with promises that we're going to come back and get you, and we're promising, and it never happens that way. We never come back and do it. And I'm not saying we're have the monies to bring everybody up to what they need, or have the monies to make sure, but I'm just saying that we keep doing surveys and saying this and that, and we never get to that point. And so if we decide to do another survey and we decide to look at it, we have to get to that point.
But then are we going to
After
be,
we do it, we just have to, because we can't just keep, we've done 2 surveys, we've done 2 initial surveys down on the riverfront and spent $25,000 apiece on both of them, and never ever followed through and did anything with it. That's what I'm saying. It's not just salaries. I'm just saying, if we're going to do it, let's do it. Let's do it the proper way and the right way.
So my question though is that like, this is, my fear is that we, every 3 years, we do this and then we eventually are cutting, I mean, we're cutting positions eventually. I mean, there's just not going to be the money if we have a 0.5% increase in valuation. I mean, we're just not, I don't know how.
Well,
That's what I'm saying, is that's my concern too, is that like, so then we have less people to do the work and we're maybe paying them more, but we still have less people now to do the work.
And I said this when we first started talking about the salaries. We need to have more than just a 1-year plan. We need a 3-year plan that includes everybody down the road. If we're going to do the people that we're talking about right now, then next year we need to do another group, and then the next year we need to do another group with that promise, and then we need to follow through, because it's all fine and dandy to give somebody that makes $30,000 a raise too. But if you give everybody this, I don't know, we don't really, I guess I'm not saying it the right way. We have to have a plan that goes dun, 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 so that at the end of 3 years, everybody's happy, and then we talk what we do next, or we talk about where we want to go from there, or then we do a survey. But we need to make our employees the most important, or, they become complacent. Because if I worked for the city and I'd worked for 25 years and I wasn't getting a raise, and I thought I needed one, I'm going to become complacent. I'm not going to leave because I'm getting IPERS and everything else.
We
I'm
have
not going anywhere.
we have no incentive
I'm just going to sit there.
for anyone to do better, because I'm under the impression that aside from, I believe, 2, maybe 3 departments, the rest of them, you come in at a wage and then you get cost of living, but there is no 6-month, there's no a year, 2 years, 5 years. You get longevity after some point, but there is no, even like a probationary period really to say, oh, now you're here. So I just hate that we have a survey in front of us and we're looking at people and saying, oh, sorry, we're going to need you to sacrifice a little bit more for longer because we can't fulfill what we've done with others.
So I guess my question would be, and this is me personally, what would you want me to do to try and get to that 98% or 100% of the scale? I mean, been here 28 years, I've been chief for 12. I have plenty of credentials to back that up, and I'm nowhere near 98%, yet we just brought a guy in at 98%. So my question would be, what would you like me to do to try and get to that point? And even my firemen are asking, saying, well, you've got all those credentials, so what incentive do we have if they're, if none of those credentials do you any good?
And I'd like to add, Mr. Greenwald, you said we're following the survey, and the range is we are, but in that survey, I don't believe there's any other 10s that make more than an 11. So we're not. I mean, we are, but we're not.
Yeah,
That
so
makes
looking at it
sense.
just per individual job, that was.
Sure,
where my
but you have
statement stemmed
individuals that have worked in their department, have gained all this experience, continued training, and we're not meeting that mark. So, I mean, it caused some questions, and there's concerns about finances now, but were those concerns there when we hired the 10? Was that discussed?
We discussed that there was 20 years of municipal experience in a variety of communities across Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri. I don't know if he worked in Missouri, actually, Iowa and Illinois, and that we thought that was valuable information, and that with his grant writing experience and his experience doing project management, he would pay for himself.
And I'm just talking from the grade levels with the survey that we did and where you guys landed at. And he has 20 years experience. This guy has 28 in his department that he runs. I have 16 in my department.
So there's a reason, for instance, that there's Iowa State University, for instance. I worked for Iowa State University. On average, we would get I think we got 0% raises 3 times, and we got 1% here and there, and one time we got over 3%. And that's just because it's a public position and like they aren't giving cost of living increases. And it's a position that has a certain benefit to it because it's the way that position is. And so I think that the issue that we're having is that we have to compete with other other communities, but also there's that private sector side of it. When you move into a different kind of sector, and I think that's the struggle here, is that there's a private sector employee who came into a government position. And that's a different thing than when somebody makes a decision to stay in the government position, their career. And that's the reality of it, sadly.
Yeah, but that comes off as not valuing the employees that put the time in here.
And I was in that position as well. And I
Right, but-
understand what you're
And now
saying.
you're in a position, how did that make you feel? Now you're in a position to add some
I
insight into
understand that, but I'm also concerned about what are the people, how are we going to support all of our staff right now? We have 101 staff we have on? So we have 101 staff. And financially, I don't understand how to make that happen.
And that's,
So somebody's going to lose out. You
and
know what I'm saying?
or that had to be considered when decisions and actions were made.
But I didn't, anyway. I don't see it as, most industries, you don't know what your other people are making. And so this isn't even a conversation.
I think that it should be. We should absolutely talk about wages. I mean,
think we
people
should
in the workplace should absolutely share their wages. I think that it's necessary to know. I want to know what my coworkers make, and you have rights protected by the law that say we can absolutely talk about what each department makes and why, especially in the public sector. My issue is that we are comparing someone who does have the opportunity to make more privately to people who are dedicating their lives to something that there isn't the competition there. Because you want to work for public, you have to willingly know that you are going to make less. We aren't competing with a private company, I hope, because we have attorneys, we have all sorts of people who say, you know what, I would rather have that IPERS. I would rather have the weekends off. I would rather have XYZ. And if you would rather not, then that's why the private option is there for you in that position. Or at least that's my take on it.
So I like what the mayor said about having a plan for future years. And that's something that then the staff can look at and see and follow up on. Like you said, we need to make our people feel valued and important. Now, the other question I have is, where is this money even going to come from? We just looked at a budget that's $250,000 in the hole, and the general fund that's $200,000 in the hole. And yeah, I'm all in favor of a survey and continually correcting every so many years, but where do we even start? We can't increase any more expenses. We just did, and we've lost industry, and we have those that are questioning if they should continue to stick around, and I don't even know where to begin.
So can you imagine if you just set a wage for somebody and this conversation wasn't happening on that wage? What did Robert make? 71, 72?
No, I think he was, let me think where he was at. I think he was 75, 76.
So $14,000, what was the raise that position got?
Essentially, yes.
And nobody said, when you come in with this, how are you going to run that department more lean? Looking at the budget and through these last meetings, we are seeing where there are so many budgeted items that we are not coming close to meeting. We have departments that absolutely could run more lean on typical everyday office things to provide more wages for our employees. If we think we're running as lean as we can right now, we are sadly mistaken, just on supplies alone.
The other thing that's a little disappointing from my perspective is last year we were proposing a $500,000 shortfall, And in reality, we had a $4.5 million surplus at the end of the year. So the projections, that's a big gap. And so we're basing everything off the fact that we're going to have this loss. But what happens when we turn around and have the surplus? Those are bad projections to be making decisions off of.
Well, projections are fluid. I can give you I gave the general fund committee a 10-year projection. It was based on certain assumptions. And a lot of those assumptions have changed, right? I can work up another 5-year projections. But one of the things I'm going to do is there's not going to be an increase in property tax. There's going to be a decrease in property tax. Right now, there's some talk that the residential rollback next year will go from what is supposed to be 54% this year to 49%.
I would like to see those projections. I haven't seen them, so it'd be
Right.
nice
I
to
mean,
see.
projections are fluid. They're a shot in the dark, based upon history and trends. And, that was one of the things that I was charged with doing as part of this budget process, and I'll have them for you. Hopefully before the 4th, but there'll be some projections into the future. Things are fluid. Even our estimates for the proposed budget, they're educated guesses. It's not an exact science.
So we did have a $4.5 million surplus, but was that because our revenue changed or our expenses?
Our revenues changed. And I don't, I'd have to look to see where that was at. I know that we had additional, we had $1.8 million in bond funds.
Okay.
That's counted as a revenue, right?
Even though it's bond funds.
And so, towards the bottom line, what we have to do is split out is how much of that was operational surplus versus one-time revenue surplus.
Can we see that?
I can certainly break that out.
I think there are a lot of factors that are not being taken into place, and I just feel like we are really being disrespectful to some of the employees who have really dedicated their lives to the city and have provided a quality service to the citizens. That is speaking from a place of emotion for me, so it's very frustrating to see that we would say that to someone like, well, you should be, it's good that you're still here, but we can't afford that, sorry.
I understand where you're coming from on that, but on the other hand, we can't compete with our sheriff's department, hand out 10% every year, 20%.
I absolutely agree, which is why I'm saying we have to figure out how we can get close to there. And are we even offering other packages? What came with this position that was just hired at 98%? Definitely more vacation time than people who walk in off the street.
Well,
More sick time. I mean, what kind of benefit were we looking at? And then we are not offering that to other positions. And we're saying, please stop comparing and just be happy with, your piece of the pie.
Well, in that position, we were buying some experience, right? If this was someone who had, let's say in this case, we hired a fresh out of college engineering student, right? The wage would have been different. The benefits would have been different. But you've got somebody who's been working in the private sector for 20 plus years. You can't expect them to come in and say, oh, okay, I know at the last place you got 3 weeks vacation, but you got to build up your vacation here before you get to use it. When you're buying experience.
Absolutely can. We're a public sector. This is a public sector. You absolutely can.
I'm sorry, the experience thing, this guy has been here for 28 years. That argument is not there.
The whole problem is we hired somebody that we think is going to do a fantastic job, and I think he is too. It's got nothing to do with who we hired. I realize he came from the private to the public. What it's got to do with is where, how can we move forward and what are we going to do to make it right for the people that are already here? I don't think just because somebody gets hired at a certain amount of money, that somebody else ought to get hired at the same or anything like that. The point is if you've given your life to if you've given a certain amount of time, or you're a hard worker, or you're part of the connection here in the city of Keokuk, then we got to look at that. And we've got to figure it out. We just can't say, okay, we hired this guy, we'll see what we can do sometime. We have got to look deep into it. We just have to.
And like what Mr. Hellenthal was saying, we can't afford the 10%. Well, the city of Keokuk does not do that. We get 2.5%. So last year, sheriff's office or the entire county got 10%. We got 2.5%. This year, county's looking at a 7% increase, and we're scheduled for another 2.5%. So we're not doing what you're saying, John. But I mean, you look at
I
Pam
said
too.
we-
Pam,
we-
how long have you been here, Pam?
I said we cannot
I
keep
know.
up.
Exactly, and we're not. We're not even close.
Right. Well, I'm hearing that if one person gets hired, we need to bring the other 40 people up. If that person got hired at 10% higher than what the last one was making, then everybody that's been here for the last 20 years needs to be bumped up. And that's what I was saying. How do we as a small town compete? If you want more money, Gabe, there's a lot of jobs out there that has more money. Same way with anybody else in this city.
Sure.
Okay? But all I'm hearing is money-driven everything. I'm not hearing anybody saying, I'm dedicated to this community. I'm dedicated to the service here with the loyalty to this. That has to play into it a little bit. If it didn't, you'd be in West Des Moines.
That's why we're here, though.
Okay?
We're just asking for consideration.
And I agree.
We're at the twilight of our career.
I agree.
And what I've noticed over the years is we always blanket everybody, right? You may be really good, but you're going to
Right.
get the same pay raise as the
Right.
guy that's not so good. That's what we're saying. We would like a little consideration with everything that's unfolded,
Right.
but we're not getting any of that
Well,
consideration.
I agree with what you're saying, and I definitely want to give you guys as much as we could possibly give you. Like Mike said, we're running in a deficit, and then we're supposed to keep doing this. We didn't have to, I guess, fill that job. We could have split it up between the other two that was there. We could have done that. There are things like Rosalind said that we can change. We can still keep trimming, and we're going to have to trim. But it has to be in the realm of what we can do. I mean, just because I want to do something great doesn't mean that we have the capabilities of doing it, and we need more answers. I don't have the answers. If I had the answers, I'd already put it out there. I don't have it.
I just feel like these resumes show that there was the loyalty to the city. It shows that there was the own self-initiative to continue to build on training, knowledge, qualifications while in a position that they didn't have to do that. I already have the position. Why would I continue training? I'm here, aside from what's required of me. Why would I do any more? But they're showing us that they're doing that. I feel like we are being extremely disrespectful, and I would not want to tell somebody, go somewhere else. You want more money? Go somewhere else. Yeah, I don't. And if we can't get them to 98% of their wage, how do we work on getting them there? How do we
So-
say, hey, in 5 years, you will be there?
So is this in a bigger conversation of what our staffing looks like in general?
Yes.
Because that's what the conversation is going to have to happen, because we're not looking at
I don't think that
increases of revenue.
when we were offering wages to other people, they weren't asked how they were going to trim their staff.
I disagree, though. I think we need to look at each department efficiently because, I mean, unless you've already looked at the budget and decided on areas that we're going to change to accommodate the higher wages that we can give everybody, then I think we also need to look at each department and look at the staffing and look at how everything is going.
Well, in the budget document that I pass out every year, there is a breakdown of how many FTEs in each department and what the wages and benefits are. So that'll be part of the summaries that I'll get out to you.
Okay.
So I think we're kind of at a stalemate a little bit now, and I think this is going to require another conversation. Anybody disagree with me?
Well, we're going to have more information at the March 4th meeting, right?
Yes.
And we can look at the budget then and look at areas that we might need to fix that can accommodate these changes.
Sure.
And then work it all out that way.
And I think as we move forward, we need to remember that everybody in this room and everybody that works for the city of Keokuk has feelings, and we need to be real careful how we present what we say. And we need to realize that if we don't keep up the competition with the other places, people will leave, and we can't afford for any more to leave our community. We're supposed to be pushing our people, our population up, not looking at making it go down. And so we need to look at that, and we need to all do a little digging and come back on the 4th and review this again. Is that okay? Anybody got a problem?
In that month, I really encourage council members to take time out of their day to go to every department and see how their department runs. Reach out to them. Every single one of them will take you on a walkthrough, or they will talk to you. I talk to almost every department head at least once a week. So you reach out to them, see how their department works before you judge.
Yep.
One of my questions too is because of, you made a really good statement, I think, is that we don't want to push people out of our community too. Like, can we have a better understanding of how our taxes work, and not only our city taxes, but county taxes, any other kind of taxes, so we know what we're asking of our citizens when it comes
So you
down
mean
to
the split of?
the breakdown of like our total
Of who pays what?
consolidated taxes, yeah, and
Yeah,
how that is
that's-
at the
again,
city
that's-
level.
That's part of the summary package that I present every year.
Okay.
So is there anybody that's not real thrilled with going home? Okay, so my understanding is we're going to revisit this on the 4th. If you have a chance, visit all the departments if you can. If you can't go visit, at least talk to them. I went to the street department last month because I go on the radio once a month, and I'm going to make all the departments pick my music, and so I thought I'd go sit with them. And there's a lot going on at the street department that people just don't even know. So if you get a chance, go visit. Before I ran for mayor, I went to the fire department and the police department because they have a lot of employees, and I just wanted to see. And there's a huge amount of stuff going on in both those departments that you and I don't even know. I did not understand the different things that they do besides just be a fireman and just be a policeman. There's other stuff going on in all these departments that we don't understand. So we need to look at it. We need to be diligent. We just don't need to come back here and hear what everybody else has to say. Everybody dig deep, even if you only go to once.
Pam and Casey too. Don't forget to talk to them.
Who?
Pam and Casey.
Yes, Pam and Casey. And Celeste, you can talk to her too. Okay, all being said, let's go home. Meeting's adjourned.